Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Harryverse X, presenting to you today, what if Wolverine and Doctor Strange rescued Harry at age 4 and Adamantium claws fused with Darkhold magic? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Cupboard Under the Stairs. The smell hit Logan first. It always did. That was the curse of the senses he'd been given, or taken, depending on how you looked at it, because the world didn't come to him in polite impressions. It came in waves. Diesel from the road 2 streets over. Somebody's overcooked shepherd's pie. Cut grass going brown at the edges in the August heat. And underneath all of it, threading through the ordinary suburban rot of Privet Drive like a wire pulled too tight, something else. Fear. Old fear. The kind that had soaked into walls. Logan stood on the pavement outside number 4 and tilted his head, nostrils flaring once. The house looked exactly like every other house on the street. Neat. Beige. The kind of place where nothing happened and people preferred it that way. Window boxes with red geraniums. A shiny car in the drive. A weather vane shaped like a rooster on the garden shed. He hated it immediately. "You feel that?" he said, not looking behind him. "I've been feeling it since Surrey." Dr. Stephen Strange materialized beside him without the dramatic flash he sometimes indulged in, which meant he was taking this seriously. He was wearing civilian clothes, dark jacket, pressed trousers, but his hands were moving in small, almost unconscious gestures, fingers reading the air the way a blind man reads Braille. The magical signature is extraordinary. And deeply wrong. Something in there is, it's like a star trying to collapse inward. Whatever's generating it, it's been under pressure for a very long time. How long? Strange looked at the house. Something moved behind his eyes. Years. Since infancy, I'd estimate. Logan's jaw tightened. Infancy. "Logan, I heard you." He was already walking up the garden path. Strange caught his arm, not because he thought it would stop him, he had learned better than that, but because he needed a second. "We don't know what's in there." The temporal ripple I followed, the magical instability, it could be a trap. It could be something that only looks like a child's signature. "We should assess, it's a kid," Logan said. He said it the way he said things he already knew in his bones, flat and final, and Strange let go of his arm. "I can smell the kid. I can smell what's been done to the kid. We're not assessing." He knocked on the door, which was the last concession he was going to make to polite society tonight. A large man opened it. Pink face. Small eyes. The kind of mustache that announced its owner's personality before he said a word. He looked at Logan, leather jacket, faded jeans, the kind of build that didn't happen in a gym, and something flickered in those small eyes. Not quite fear, but the cousin of it. "Whatever you're selling," the man started. "We're not selling anything," Strange said smoothly, stepping up beside Logan with a pleasant, professional smile. "We're looking into a welfare matter." "May we come in?" "Welfare? What welfare?" "There's nothing, this is a respectable house, Mr. Dursley," Strange said, and the man's expression changed completely at the sound of his name, which Strange had pulled from the brass nameplate on the letterbox in the 2 seconds since the door opened. "I'd strongly recommend you step aside." Vernon Dursley stepped aside. Logan suspected it had less to do with Strange's tone and more to do with the fact that Logan was already stepping forward, and something in the animal part of Vernon Dursley's brain was sending urgent signals about what happened to men who didn't move. The house smelled worse inside. Not filthy, it was almost aggressively clean in the way that people used cleanliness as a weapon, surfaces scrubbed to a shine that had nothing to do with comfort and everything to do with control. A large blonde woman appeared from the kitchen doorway, all elbows and thin mouth, and behind her, a boy the size of a small boulder peered around the corner with his father's eyes. Logan wasn't looking at any of them. He was looking at the door under the stairs. It was a small door. The kind built to access pipes and storage, not to house anything living. It had 3 locks on it, a bolt, a padlock, and a cat flap fitted at the bottom. There was a cat flap on the door of a cupboard under the stairs, and Logan understood with absolute clarity why it was there, and the understanding arrived not as thought but as a sensation that started somewhere behind his sternum and moved outward through his blood like something igniting. "What's in there?" he said. It wasn't a question. "Storage," Vernon Dursley said, and his voice had the specific quality of a lie that had been repeated so many times its owner had stopped knowing it was one. "Cleaning things." "The Hoover, Logan," Strange said quietly from behind him. His voice had changed. He was reading something in the air around that door, something his hands were tracing with careful, horrified precision. "The signature is coming from inside that cupboard. Whatever it is, whoever it is, the magic is responding to us being here. It's starting to destabilize." Logan crossed the hallway in 4 steps and tore the padlock off the door with his bare hand. The bolt went next, wrenched back hard enough that the screws pulled out of the wood. Vernon Dursley made a sound like a man who'd been punched. The thin woman said something in a high, sharp voice that Logan didn't process because he'd opened the door and the smell hit him like a wall. Small. Enclosed. Damp. The chemical top note of cleaning products used not to clean but to mask. Old blood, not fresh, older, faded into the floorboard grain. Hunger. The particular scent of a body that had gone too long without enough. And underneath all of it, steady as a heartbeat, something electric and wild and barely contained, like a thunderstorm that had been folded up and locked in a box. The child was in the far corner of the cupboard. A tiny thing, 4 years old at most, with dark tangled hair and 2 large clothes that had clearly belonged to someone bigger. He had his knees pulled to his chest and his arms wrapped around them, the posture of someone who had made themselves as small as possible for so long that it had become the default shape of their body. His eyes were open, very green, remarkable eyes, even in the dark, and they were fixed on Logan with an expression that Logan had seen on soldiers and survivors and people who'd been through things that rewrote them from the inside out. Not fear. Not anymore. The fear had been there so long it had burned down to ash, and what was left was something quieter and more heartbreaking. Just waiting. The expression of someone who'd stopped expecting things to get better and was simply enduring until they got worse. On his forehead, barely visible beneath the overgrown fringe, a scar shaped like a lightning bolt pulsed with faint golden light. Logan crouched down so he was at eye level with the boy. Slowly. He was careful about that. No sudden moves. No looming. He'd spent enough time around people who flinched at shadows to know the geometry of it. "Hey," he said. His voice came out rough, the way it always did, but he kept it low. "You all right in there?" The boy looked at him. Those green eyes moved over Logan's face with a seriousness that didn't belong on a 4-year-old. Like he was trying to figure out whether this was going to be one of the bad kinds of different or one of the other kinds. "Hungry," the boy said. His voice was barely a sound, more breath than word, hoarse in a way that suggested it wasn't used often. Something cracked in Logan's chest. He didn't show it. "Okay," he said. "We're gonna fix that. My name's Logan. You got a name?" A pause. Then, careful as someone spending a coin they weren't sure they had, "Harry." "Harry." Logan nodded like this was useful information, which it was. "Okay, Harry. I'm going to pick you up now. That all right?" Harry looked at him for another long moment. Then he uncurled himself from the corner, slowly, like something coming unfolded that had been pressed flat for too long, and lifted his arms. Logan picked him up. The child weighed almost nothing. That was the thought that got through Logan's carefully maintained emotional distance like a blade through smoke. He weighed almost nothing, this boy, 4 years old and barely there, arms coming around Logan's neck with a tentative, testing quality, like he was waiting for the joke's punchline. Logan settled him against his shoulder and stood up, and Harry made a small sound, just one, not quite a word, and pressed his face into Logan's collar. Strange was in the hallway. His face was doing something controlled and complicated, the expression of a man maintaining professional composure through sheer disciplined will. Logan could see the places where it was costing him. Behind Strange, the Dursleys had clustered together. Vernon was red-faced and blustering about rights and private property and the law. His wife had her hands pressed together at her mouth. The boy, Dudley, Logan would learn later, not that he'd spend much time thinking about him, had retreated fully behind the kitchen doorway. "You can't just," Vernon started. Logan turned and looked at him. That was all. He just looked at him. Harry was against his shoulder, small and light and still, and Logan turned and looked at Vernon Dursley, and the man stopped talking the way a candle stopped burning. "The child comes with us," Strange said into the silence. "You will not report this to anyone. You will not attempt to contact us. If you do," he paused, and something moved through the air around him, a faint shimmer, a sense of depth and cold that had nothing to do with temperature. "The conversation we'd have to have after that would be considerably less pleasant than this one." He said it like he was discussing the weather. Like it was simply information being shared. Vernon Dursley said nothing. He nodded, once, the nod of a man who has correctly assessed a situation for the first time in his life. Logan was already at the front door. The night air hit them, warm August, suburban and still, someone's sprinkler going on a lawn further down. Harry lifted his head from Logan's shoulder and looked at the sky. He hadn't been outside at night, Logan guessed. The stars were out, the specific thick spread of them that appeared when London's light pollution backed off slightly, and Harry looked at them with his mouth slightly open. "Stars," he said. "Yeah," Logan said. "Stars. I know them." Harry pointed with one small finger. "That one. And that one is the bear." Logan looked up. The boy had pointed to Polaris and then to Ursa Major, which was accurate. Which meant someone, at some point, had taught him something, or he'd found a book, or he'd just looked up through whatever crack of window or open door his prison gave him and learned the sky by himself. Logan didn't know which possibility was more gutting. "You know your constellations," he said. "Mrs. Figg showed me a book." A pause. "She gives me biscuits sometimes. When Aunt Petunia doesn't know." Logan filed away the name of the one decent person in this child's orbit. Then he looked at Strange, who had followed them out and was now standing on the pavement, one hand moving through a slow, complex gesture, opening something in the air that shimmered like a heat mirage. "My sanctum," Strange said. "It's safer than any hotel, and I have medical supplies, food, and we need to deal with his magical signature before it becomes a problem. It's been building for years with no outlet. It's going to release, Logan. Could be tonight." Logan shifted Harry in his arms. The boy had his fist wrapped around Logan's jacket collar, not holding on for safety so much as checking, touching, confirming that this was real and solid. "He going to be okay?" "I think so. I need to look at him properly." Strange glanced at Harry, and something softened in his severe, handsome face, just briefly, just around the edges, like ice with sunlight on it. "But he's remarkable. I've never felt a magical signature like this in a living person. Not since a very long time." Harry was watching Strange with those calm, serious eyes. "Are you magic?" he asked. Strange blinked. Then, with the slight awkwardness of a man who didn't spend much time talking to children, "Yes." "Are you?" Harry considered this gravely. "I think so," he said. "Things happen. Aunt Petunia doesn't like it." "No," Strange said. "I imagine she doesn't." He stepped through the shimmer in the air, and it folded around him and was gone. Logan took one last look at number 4, Privet Drive, the neat garden, the polished door, the geraniums in their boxes, and felt something he usually kept in a very small locked room in the back of his mind, a slow, thorough anger that had nothing feral about it. This was the cold kind. The kind that lasted. He stepped through the portal with Harry still in his arms. The Sanctum Sanctorum in the small hours was a different creature than it was by day. Strange kept the lamps low at night, and the building's natural tendency toward the uncanny came out in the dark, the way rooms shifted, the whisper of pages in books that weren't being read, the feeling of large, attentive presences in the shadows that were almost certainly benign and possibly furniture. Harry looked around with his head swiveling left and right as Logan carried him through the entrance hall, taking everything in. "There are things in here," Harry said. "Yep," Logan agreed. "Do they bite?" Logan looked at the armchair in the corner that was definitely watching them. "Some of them probably do. We'll figure out which ones." Strange was already in what served as his medical alcove, clearing space on the large wooden table that took up most of the room, pulling open cabinets of things that were equal parts potion ingredients and conventional medicine. Harry watched Strange move with that same focused, cataloging attention. "He's anxious," Harry said quietly, close to Logan's ear. Logan looked at Strange, who appeared composed and precise and completely in control. "You think so?" Harry nodded, very certain. "His hands are moving when he's not doing anything." Logan looked again. Strange's hands, the ones that bore the scars of the accident, that trembled faintly when he let them, were indeed moving through small gestures at his sides when he wasn't actively reaching for anything. Not spell work. Just movement. The same way someone else might drum their fingers or roll their shoulders. Harry was right. "Sharp kid," Logan said. "What's his name?" Harry asked, still watching Strange. "Dr. Stephen Strange." Harry tried it out. "Dr. Strange." Strange turned from the cabinet and looked at the small face regarding him with serious green eyes. "Just Strange is fine," he said. "Okay," Harry said equably. "And then, do you have food?" Strange looked at Logan over Harry's head with an expression that was helpless in a way Logan had never seen on him before. Logan raised an eyebrow. Stephen Strange, Sorcerer Supreme, master of the mystic arts, man who had looked into the heart of the time stone and not blinked, looked mildly undone by a 4-year-old asking for a snack. Yes, Strange said. "Kitchen. Through there." "I'll need to," he gestured at Harry in a way that indicated the examination he needed to do, first, and then, food first, Logan said. "Everything else after." Strange opened his mouth, presumably to explain why the cascading magical instability was a time-sensitive concern, and then looked at Harry, who had the particular hollowness of a child who had been chronically underfed, and closed it again. "Food first," he agreed. They found eggs and bread and cheese, which was most of what Strange kept in the kitchen because he survived primarily on takeout and professional dedication. Logan scrambled the eggs in a way that was far more competent than anything about his general presentation suggested, and Strange stood in the kitchen doorway watching Harry sit at the table and eat like it was something he wasn't entirely sure he was allowed to do. Small, cautious bites. Eyes tracking both of them. Ready to have the plate taken away. Logan put more on the plate before he'd finished the first helping. Harry looked down at it, and then up at Logan, and then went very still for a moment in a way that made Logan want to go back to Privet Drive and have a different kind of conversation with the Dursleys. Then Harry picked up his fork and kept eating. While he ate, Strange moved quietly around the table, hands moving in slow diagnostic arcs. Reading. Logan watched him, watching the way Strange's expression moved through stages, assessment, surprise, deeper surprise, something close to reverence. "Talk to me," Logan said quietly. "His magical core it shouldn't be this developed at 4. The pressure has actually accelerated it, stress response, like muscle under strain. But it's fractured. Multiple points of instability. If it releases all at once." Strange paused. "Have you ever seen a transformer station explode?" "I've been near a few. Like that. But magic doesn't just burn things. It reshapes them. We need to stabilize his core before he sleeps, or what builds up through the night could what?" Strange looked at the boy eating eggs at his kitchen table. Could unmake this building. Possibly the block. Logan absorbed this. Right. I have a technique. It's from the Darkhold. Strange's voice dropped on the word, and the air in the kitchen seemed to notice, a slight pressure change, a sense of the room listening. I don't use it casually. The Darkhold is, it's primal magic. Old. It doesn't care about the intent of the person using it, only the shape of the working. But for this, he looked at Harry again, for this, it's the only thing I have that can build a framework around an unstable core this size without crushing it. Without limiting it. Most stabilization techniques work by restricting. I can't do that to this boy. Not after what's already been done to restrict him. The logic landed in Logan's chest like something solid. He looked at Strange for a moment. You trust it? I trust my control of it. There's a difference. Yeah, Logan said. There is. Strange crouched down at the side of the table. Harry was finishing his eggs, scraping the last of them up with focused attention. Strange waited until Harry looked up. Harry, he said, I need to explain something to you, and I want you to listen carefully, because you're clearly someone who can do that. The compliment, delivered not as flattery but as straightforward observation, made Harry sit up slightly. Logan noticed. Your magic, Strange said, is very large. Much larger than it should be for your age, and it's been pressed down inside you for a long time. If we leave it as it is tonight, it might come out all at once, in a way that isn't safe. I can put something around it, like a frame around a picture. It'll hold everything together without stopping it from growing. But I need to put my hands near you to do it. Is that all right? Harry looked at Strange's hands. Looked at the scars, the slight tremor. Then back at Strange's face. Will it hurt? He asked. No. Promise? Strange didn't hesitate. Promise. Harry thought about it. Then he looked at Logan, which was, Logan noted, the deciding factor. He'd run everything through Logan first. Even after less than 2 hours together, even with the caution bred by 4 years in a cupboard, Harry had registered something and made a call, and that something was Logan, and Logan felt the locked room in his chest crack a little further along its seams. He nodded at Harry. Harry looked back at Strange. Okay, Harry said. What happened next was something Logan watched but didn't fully understand, which wasn't an unusual experience around Strange. The sorcerer moved his hands through the air around Harry, not touching, not yet, 3 inches from the boy's skin, and the shapes he traced glowed briefly amber, then deepened to something darker, a color that didn't have a name in any spectrum Logan knew. It pulsed like a slow heartbeat. Harry sat very still, watching his own arms where the light moved across them. It's warm, Harry said. Yes, Strange said. He was concentrating completely, the furrow between his brows deep, both hands moving in complex counter-rotation. Tell me if anything feels wrong. It doesn't feel wrong. Harry tilted his head slightly. It feels like something stopping a loud sound. Like when you put your hands over your ears. Strange glanced up at him briefly, surprised. That's exactly right. The working took about 20 minutes, and for most of it Harry watched Strange with the calm attention of a student who has decided the teacher is worth listening to. The amber-dark light settled into Harry's skin gradually, like ink into paper, and when it was done Harry took a deep breath that seemed to surprise him, like he'd been breathing shallowly for years and just remembered there was another option. Then it happened. Logan would go over it later, turning it in his memory, trying to find the moment it began. Strange's hands were withdrawing, the working complete, and Logan was across the table, and there was the moment, the precise transition point, where something in the Darkhold-laid framework reached out and met something it recognized in the air of the room. Something Logan had left in the air of the room without knowing it. He'd been cut during the extraction at Privet Drive. Just a small thing, the sharp edge of the torn metal padlock scraping the back of his hand when he'd ripped it off. He'd healed within minutes, the way he always did, but the blood had been there and some of it had dropped to the floor and some, he realized now, looking back, had been on the arm of his jacket when he'd picked Harry up. The child's hands had been pressed against that sleeve for hours. His blood. His healing factor. The specific signature of the adamantium in his bones. The Darkhold framework was new and searching, a living structure trying to understand the body it had been laid into, and it found what Logan's blood had left and did what the Darkhold always did, it reached, it took, it incorporated. Harry gasped. Strange said a word that was neither English nor any conventional language Logan recognized. The light that had settled into Harry's skin pulsed, once, twice, then flared gold-black, a color like metal heated past white into something else, and Harry arched back in the chair with his eyes wide and his hands flat on the table and his fingers, the claws came from between his knuckles. 3 on each hand, not bone-white like Logan's but gold-dark, the same impossible color as the light, crackling with the faintest trace of that amber-dark energy at their edges. They were smaller than Logan's. Proportional to small hands. And they were singing, literally producing a faint harmonic sound, too high for most people but within Logan's range, a note that vibrated in his back teeth. Harry stared at them. Absolutely still. Then he looked at Logan. "They're like yours," he said. Logan crossed to him in 2 steps and crouched down, taking Harry's hands, gently, carefully, moving his own fingers around the claws without touching them, and looked at what had happened to this child's hands. The skin around the claws was sealed, healed already, no blood at all. His healing factor, working through the Darkhold's framework. The claws themselves were not bone. They were not quite metal in any conventional sense either. They were something that had been created in the space between Logan's adamantium and the Darkhold's chaos foundation, something new, something that didn't have a classification. They were, undeniably, beautiful. Logan would never tell anyone he'd thought so. "Can you feel them?" Logan asked. "Yes," Harry said. He was still very calm. Logan noted this, filed it, felt something complicated about the fact that a 4-year-old who'd been locked in a cupboard his whole life was reacting to spontaneous retractable claws with the equanimity of someone who'd run out of capacity to be surprised by the world being strange. "They feel like fingers. Like extra fingers. That are pointy. Can you pull them back in?" Harry thought about it. Focused. The claws retreated, smoothly, and the golden dark light at his knuckles faded back to nothing. The skin showed no mark, no seam. If you hadn't seen it, you wouldn't know. "Ha," Harry said. Strange was on his feet, both hands raised, not casting anything, just reading. His expression had gone through alarm and emerged somewhere in the territory of awe, which Strange wore like a borrowed coat, slightly uncomfortable but undeniably present. "Logan," he said. "His magic, the Darkhold framework, it's incorporated I can see that. This shouldn't be, I know. The implications, Strange." Logan looked at him over Harry's head. "Right now, tonight, does he need anything else? Is he safe?" Strange processed. Ran through whatever calculations he ran. Then, yes. He's more stable now than before. The framework has a foundation it didn't have 10 minutes ago. Whatever this is that's happened, his core is balanced around it. He's safe. Okay. Logan looked back at Harry, who was flexing his fingers experimentally, clearly feeling for the edges of the new thing that had been added to him. "Then the rest can wait. There's a great deal we need tomorrow," Logan said. He straightened up and looked at Harry, who looked back at him. "You need to sleep." Harry's expression did something small and almost invisible. A compression. Where? And there it was. The single syllable that contained everything. Where was he going to sleep? Was there a cupboard? How big was it? Were there locks? Was this the part where the good thing ended? All of that in one small word from a 4-year-old who had learned not to show things. Logan looked around Strange's kitchen. Looked at the hallway. Made a decision with the same process he made all decisions, quickly, on instinct, by feel. "We'll figure it out," he said. "Come on." Strange Sanctum had approximately 900 rooms, more than any building its external dimensions could explain, which Logan had established over 6 months of intermittent visits and would never fully come to terms with. He found what he needed on the second floor, a sitting room with a wide, deep sofa and an extraordinary amount of blankets in a cabinet against the wall because Strange, for all his austerity, apparently had opinions about cold feet. He made a nest of it on the sofa, which was long enough for Logan to stretch out if he wanted. He set Harry down on one end of it. Harry sat there looking at the blankets and the room and the lamp in the corner casting warm light across the spines of books that went from floor to ceiling. "You'll be in here?" Harry asked. "I'll be right here," Logan said, settling into the armchair angled toward the sofa. It was not particularly comfortable. He'd slept in worse places than uncomfortable armchairs. Harry looked at him for a long moment, something moving through those green eyes that Logan couldn't read but recognized. Then he pulled one of the blankets around himself and lay down on the sofa, small and contained, watching Logan from under the edge of the fabric. "Logan," he said. "Yeah. Stay." It hit Logan somewhere in the region of the sternum and spread. He kept his face where it was. He was good at that. "Yeah, kid," he said. "I'll stay." Harry watched him for another moment, those green eyes going soft and heavy. Then they closed, and his breathing evened out, and within 3 minutes he was asleep with the trust of someone who had decided on a thing and committed to it completely. Logan sat in the armchair and watched him breathe. Strange appeared in the doorway sometime later, how much later, Logan wasn't sure. He'd fallen into the particular half-awareness he used for guard duty, present and monitoring and not quite asleep. Strange looked at Harry's sleeping form and then at Logan and then back at Harry. "I need to tell you who he is," Strange said, quietly enough not to wake him. "I figured." Strange came into the room and sat in the other chair, forearms on his knees, hands loosely clasped. "His name is Harry Potter. In the wizarding world, and there is a wizarding world, hidden from the mundane one, considerably larger and more established than most of what we deal with, he is famous. Legendarily so. When he was 1 year old, a dark wizard named Voldemort came to his house and killed both his parents and then tried to kill him. The killing curse, a piece of magic that has no counter, no exception, it simply ends life, it hit this child and rebounded. Destroyed Voldemort's body. The wizarding world was at war and then the war ended, in one night, because a baby lived and no one knows why." Logan looked at Harry. At the lightning bolt scar just visible above the blanket's edge. "And instead of protecting him after all that, they stuck him in a cupboard." "Dumbledore," Strange said, and there was something in the way he said the name, not quite respect, not quite anger, something more complicated. "Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts School. The most powerful wizard alive." He placed Harry with the Dursleys deliberately. "Blood magic, Lily Potter's sacrifice. As long as Harry lives in the house where her blood resides, a specific magical protection persists. Dumbledore chose the protection over the child." "How do you know all this?" "The temporal ripple I followed. I've been back and read the threads of it. Dumbledore knows about Harry's current situation, the cupboard, the conditions. And he's left it. Because the protection is more important. Because Harry has a role to play, and Dumbledore is preserving the instrument without particularly caring about the person inside it." Logan was quiet for a moment. Outside, London went about its business, indifferent to everything happening in this room. "He'll come for him. When the time is right for Dumbledore's plans, yes. When Harry is old enough to be placed at Hogwarts, to fulfill the prophecy, to be the weapon the wizarding world needs. He'll come for him. He's not getting him." Strange looked at Logan. Something passed between them that wasn't quite discussion, because the discussion had already happened in the wordless, instantaneous way that some decisions made themselves. "No," Strange agreed. "He isn't. So what do we do? Strange sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling, and Logan watched him think in that particular strange way, thorough, several moves ahead, building frameworks the way other people built sentences. We raise him, he said, as though it was simple. As though they were talking about a houseplant. We train him. Both sides of what he is, his magic, and whatever it is your blood has started in him. When the wizarding world comes for him, Strange paused, he won't need our protection. He'll have outgrown the need for it. Logan looked at Harry again. The small face. The too large borrowed blanket. The little scar pulsing almost imperceptibly with something that wasn't quite light. For years of a cupboard and already the kid had shown Logan more self-contained dignity than most adults he'd known. He'll go back, eventually, Logan said. To that world. His world. Probably. When he's ready. When it's his choice. Strange met Logan's eyes. He needs to know what that means. He needs to know who he is, and what he can do, and that nobody owns him. Before any of it. Yeah, Logan said. He settled back in the armchair. Harry slept on, steady and quiet, one small hand loosely curled near his face, the faintest gold still traceable at the knuckles if you knew to look for it. Logan had been alive a very long time. He'd loved people and lost them and loved people and lost them until it felt like the basic structure of his existence, attachment as prelude to grief, tenderness as a tax that always came due. He'd taught himself not to start things he'd have to finish that way. He'd gotten very good at it. He looked at the sleeping child and felt the locked room in his chest fail entirely, its door swinging wide. He didn't look away. Outside, the August night turned slowly toward morning, and inside the Sanctum Sanctorum, something that had not existed an hour ago settled into its permanent shape, a family, haphazard and impossible and exactly right. Chapter 2, 10 Years of Claws and Conjuring. The first time Harry's claws came out in public, he was 5 years old and standing in a Brooklyn corner store while Logan picked up coffee and a newspaper, and a man in a tracksuit decided the small kid near the candy display was an easy mark. The man's hand closed on Harry's shoulder. Harry turned around. The claws were out before either of them had fully processed the situation, 3 gold-black lines catching the fluorescent store light, humming their low harmonic note, and the man's face went through about 4 different expressions in under a second. Logan was at Harry's side before the 4th expression finished. He looked at the man. The man looked at Logan. Then he looked at the claws. Then he left, very quickly, in the direction of the exit. Harry watched him go, then looked down at his hands. The claws retracted. He looked up at Logan. "Oops," he said. "Little bit," Logan agreed. He ruffled Harry's hair, which Harry tolerated with the expression of someone who had learned to pick their battles. "Good instincts though. Strange says instincts are the starting point, not the finishing line. Strange is right. You still led with the hardware before you'd assessed the threat." Harry considered this. He wasn't a real threat. "How do you know?" He smelled like beer and bad decisions. Not like, Harry paused, searching for the word he'd started building his own vocabulary around, not like intent. Logan looked at him sidelong. "You're learning to read scent. You do it all the time. I watch you." This was true. Harry had been watching Logan since the first night with the focused intensity of a person who'd identified their primary information source and was extracting everything they could from it. At 5, he shadowed Logan through the sanctum and through the streets of whatever city they found themselves in. Logan's work took them places, tracking, the occasional messy resolution of a problem that required someone with his particular talents, and he absorbed everything. Not by being told. By watching, replicating, asking precisely targeted questions only when watching and replicating failed to give him the answer. Strange found this fascinating. Logan found it occasionally unnerving. Harry found it completely natural. They moved. That was the shape of those early years. The sanctum was home base. Harry had a room there. Strange set aside a proper bedroom on the 3rd floor, bookshelves and a desk and a window that looked out over Bleecker Street, but they moved. Logan's restlessness and Strange's caseload between them created a life that was more nomadic than settled, and Harry adapted to it the way he adapted to everything, quickly, thoughtfully, without complaint. He was 7 the first time Strange took him to Camartage. The Ancient One met them in the main courtyard. She looked at Harry for a long time, not the way people usually looked at him, not with the slightly greedy attention of someone who'd recognized him or the wary assessment of someone who'd sensed his power and wasn't sure what to do with it. She looked at him the way someone looks at a landscape they've seen in a painting and are now seeing in person. Like recognition and surprise at the same time. "So," she said. "You're the boy." "I'm a boy," Harry said. "I'm not sure about the." She smiled at that, slow and genuine. "Fair point." She crouched down to his level, much as Logan had in the cupboard doorway 3 years before, and she looked at his face and his hands and the scar at his hairline and whatever else she could read. Then she looked at Strange. "You've been teaching him." "We've been teaching him," Strange said, with the slight defensiveness he deployed when he suspected he was about to be critiqued. "He can sit with the students this week." "Not as a student. As an observer." "He's 7, Strange said." "I'm aware." "Your point." Harry had stopped listening to this part of the conversation because he was looking at the courtyard, the mountain behind it, the air that tasted like altitude and something older than altitude. He could feel the place the way he could feel certain rooms in the sanctum, a quality of attention, like being inside something that was aware. He put a hand flat against one of the courtyard's stone walls. It wasn't warm exactly. It was occupied. "Strange," he said. Strange broke off his conversation with the Ancient One. "What?" "This place is alive." The Ancient One turned to look at Harry's hand on the stone. Then at Harry's face. Then at Strange, and her expression said something that Strange would interpret for Logan later. "That's the one. Pay attention to that one." He sat with the students. He was, as stated, an observer. He watched a third-year student fail repeatedly to open a sling ring portal, the dimensional membrane resisting his efforts with the specific intransigence of a thing that had decided it didn't like being pushed. Harry sat cross-legged 3 feet away and watched the student's hands and then the air where the portal should be and then the student's hands again. After the 7th failed attempt, Harry said, "You're asking it." The student, a young man from Vancouver named Martin who would later become a master and occasionally wonder if the weird kid in the courtyard had been a hallucination, turned and stared. "What?" "You're treating it like a request. It's not a door you knock on. It's more like," Harry looked at his own hands, extended one, let the claws come out just slightly, just the tips. The Darkhold gold humming at the edges. He looked at the air in front of him with the expression of someone reading rather than looking. Then he pushed. Not with the ring, he didn't have one, but with the underlying intent, and a small tear opened in the air, 3 inches wide, perfectly circular, showing a brief sliver of somewhere else that smelled like rain before it sealed shut. He'd had no training in sling rings. He was 7. Martin stared at the space where the portal had been. "How did you don't ask the space to open," Harry said, already retracting the claws. "You tell it what you're going to do and then you do it. It follows." Strange, watching from the doorway, quietly revised about 12 of his planned teaching progressions. That was the thing about Harry. He didn't learn sequentially. He learned, adjacently, maybe was the word, finding the principle beneath the technique and then applying it sideways in directions his teachers hadn't anticipated. Strange would spend 3 weeks teaching him the theory of spatial manipulation and Harry would use it to build a ward that Strange was fairly certain had never existed before. Logan would teach him a chokehold and by the next morning Harry had deconstructed the leverage mechanics and invented a variation that worked against someone twice the height differential. It made him a maddening student and an extraordinary one. "Does it bother you?" Strange asked Logan once, in the kitchen of the sanctum after Harry had gone to bed. Logan was eating from a can of something because it was 2 in the morning and he couldn't be bothered to cook. Strange had tea. They had these conversations late sometimes, not because they needed the dark and the quiet for them but because the day was full of Harry and it was only after Harry was asleep that they could look at each other and say the complicated things about the complicated situation they were both neck deep in. Does what bother me? That we don't always know what he's doing. Magically. That he creates things neither of us can fully know. Logan set down the can. It doesn't bother me. It should bother you, maybe, he's working with tools you understand better than I do. But me? He leaned against the counter. The day a kid stops being able to surprise you is the day something's gone wrong. Strange turned his mug in his scarred hands. He asked me today where Voldemort is. The name sat on the kitchen counter between them. They'd told Harry, at 7, a version of his own history. Not everything, not the prophecy, not Dumbledore's architecture, not the full implications of what the rebounded killing curse might mean for his future. But the shape of it. His parents. What had happened to them and why, and who had done it. Harry had listened to all of it with his characteristic stillness. When Strange finished, Harry had looked at the table for a moment. Then he'd looked up and said, "He's not all the way dead." Not a question. Strange had said, "No. Not all the way." Harry had said, "Okay." And gone back to the book he'd been reading. Strange had sat there for a while after, not entirely sure how to feel about the equanimity and not quite willing to probe it too deeply. "What did you tell him?" Logan asked. "That he's fragmented. Disembodied. Looking for a way back." Strange looked at his tea. He asked if he'd have to fight him. "What did you say?" "I said probably, someday." He said, and I'm quoting, Strange paused, something moving across his face that wasn't quite amusement and wasn't quite pride and was probably a combination of both that he didn't have a clean word for, "Good. I'd rather meet him when I'm ready than have him show up when I'm not." Logan was quiet for a moment. Then he picked up his can of whatever it was. "Smart kid." "Terrifyingly so," Strange agreed. Harry was 8 and Logan was teaching him to track. Not city tracking, not the urban read-a-crowd thing Logan had shown him in various cities, but real wilderness tracking, the old kind, kneeling in the dirt at 5 in the morning kind. They were in Canada, somewhere north of the last town that had a name on a sign, the specific kind of nowhere that Logan moved through with the comfort of something returning to its native element. Harry was kneeling next to a set of tracks in the soft ground beside a stream, fingers hovering over the depressions without touching them, eyes moving in the methodical sweep Logan had drilled into him. Dawn light coming in flat and gold through spruce trees. Cold breath visible in the air. "Deer," Harry said. 3 of them. One smaller, young, maybe. They came to water, maybe 2 hours ago. Wind was, he checked the trees, the way the light undergrowth moved, northeast. Which means they came from the south and the smaller one was between the other 2. Why between? Protection. Adults on the outside, young ones shielded. Standard herd behavior when there's a predator in the area. Harry stood up, brushed dirt from his knee. He was wearing Logan's old jacket, massively oversized, sleeves rolled back. He'd refused to give it back since Logan let him borrow it in March. Logan had, quietly, stopped expecting to get it back. There was a wolf somewhere. "I can smell it." Wolf's been gone a day at least. Doesn't matter. The deer's nervous system doesn't know that. Harry looked upstream, then down. They came fast. Nervous gait, you can see in the depth of the front print versus the back, weight forward, ready to run. The water time was short. Logan looked at the tracks and then at his 8-year-old in the oversized jacket. "Good." Harry looked up. "Good or very good?" "Good." Harry's mouth curved, very slightly. "You said very good last week when I got the elk tracks." "Deer's harder to read." "Lighter." "You're very good." "Don't fish for it." Harry didn't answer, just turned to look at the forest with Logan's own habit of reading direction and distance in the set of trees, and Logan watched him do it and thought, not for the first time and not for the last, that whatever damage had been done to this kid in those first 4 years was going to cost someone eventually. Not Harry. Harry was building himself back up layer by layer, accreting confidence and skill like rock building strata, patient and fundamental. But someone was going to have to answer for it. Logan had opinions about who. They heard from Dumbledore for the first time when Harry was 9. Not directly. It came through Strange, who tracked it, a probe, a careful, expert piece of magical detection that would have been invisible to anyone with less than Strange training. Someone had found Harry, or rather had confirmed what they'd suspected, that Harry Potter was alive and somewhere other than Surrey and not, as had apparently been quietly assumed, dead or destroyed along with the blood magic protections that Dumbledore had relied on. Strange told Logan first. Logan said a number of things that Harry was not in the room to hear. Then he went to find Harry, who was in his room at the sanctum sitting cross-legged on his bed with a book open in his lap and his claws extended, not reading but running his thumb carefully along the flat of one claw blade with the meditative quality of someone sharpening not a weapon but a thought. "Heads up," Logan said from the doorway. Harry looked up. Read Logan's face. "Someone found us. Someone's looking. Hasn't found us yet. Dumbledore?" Harry had known the name since the conversation at 7 where Strange had explained the shape of his history. He said it the way he said Voldemort, not with fear, not with reverence, just as a fact that required placing. Probably his people. Harry thought about this. His claws retracted. He closed the book. "What do we do?" Logan looked at him. "What do you think we should do?" Harry didn't hesitate. "Strange puts up better wards. We don't run. Running is reactive. We keep doing what we're doing. But we know they're looking." He paused. "And I should probably know more about him. Dumbledore. What he wants and why and how he thinks." Logan leaned against the door frame. "Strange has files. I know. I've read some of them." At Logan's look, "I was going to tell you." "Were you?" Harry met his eyes without blinking. "Yes. When I had enough to say something useful." "A beat. He's not stupid. He's not cruel either, not exactly. But he makes decisions about other people's lives like he's moving pieces on a board and that." Harry stopped. Something shifted in his face, very briefly, before he controlled it. "I know what that feels like." Logan crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. Harry watched him do it, then leaned over and put his head against Logan's shoulder with the easy unself-consciousness of someone who had claimed this and knew it was his to claim. Logan put his arm around him. They sat. "He's going to want you to go to Hogwarts," Logan said. "I know. He's going to want you to play a part in a war that isn't your fault." "I know. What do you want to do about it?" Harry was quiet for a moment. Outside, Bleecker Street went about its evening, voices and traffic filtering up. "I don't know yet," he said. "But it'll be my decision." He paused. "Right?" "Yeah," Logan said. "It'll be yours." "Okay." Harry sat up straight again, rolled his shoulders, picked up his book. "Something resolved. Then I've got time to figure it out." He turned 9 the next week, and Strange made him a birthday cake that was technically a perfect golden circle and tasted extraordinary because Strange had, somewhere in his shelves, a cookbook from a Tibetan monastery that apparently included extraordinary cake as a spiritual discipline, and Harry ate 2 pieces and declared it the best thing he'd ever eaten, which was probably true and also hit Strange in a complicated place that Strange dealt with by producing a wrapped package that turned out to be a collection of 6 books on advanced magical theory, which was Strange's emotional language and Harry had long since learned to read it fluently. "Thank you, Uncle Stephen," Harry said. Strange looked up sharply. It was the first time. He'd been Doctor Strange, or just Strange, for 5 years. He opened his mouth, closed it, produced a convincing impression of a man who'd received completely expected and unremarkable information. "You're welcome," he said, and looked at his plate with the expression of a man very interested in his cake slice. Logan, across the table, said nothing. His face did nothing. Later, when Harry was in bed, Logan found Strange standing in the kitchen doorway holding an empty mug and looking at nothing in particular with both hands very still. "Hey," Logan said. "I'm fine," Strange said. "I know. I'm not, it's not," Strange stopped. "Recalibrated. It's fine." "Yeah," Logan said. "It is." By 10, Harry was something genuinely unprecedented, and this was not hyperbole because Logan didn't do hyperbole and Strange only did it professionally. He stood 4'8" in bare feet, lean and dark-haired, with eyes that had settled into a green so deep they were almost black in certain lights and a way of inhabiting space that was quiet and absolute. He didn't take up room, exactly, but he was very clearly there, the way a lit candle is clearly there in a room full of other light. His magic was extraordinary. Not powerful in the raw, uncontrolled sense anymore, that had been resolved the night Strange and the Darkhold had built the framework, but powerful in the architectural sense, structured and deep, able to generate effects that Strange's most advanced students couldn't replicate. He didn't cast like Strange did. Strange's magic was geometric, precise, built on theory and intent and the scaffolding of centuries of accumulated knowledge. Harry's was structural at a lower level. Like Strange had built a house and Harry was altering the landscape the house sat on. When Harry did magic, the surrounding environment participated. Rooms felt it. Walls leaned in. The Darkhold elements in his signature meant his magic had a quality that no instructor at Camartage could quite account for. It unmade things, sometimes, rather than changed them. He could dissolve a ward rather than break it. He could reach into a working and find the thread that, pulled, caused the whole thing to unravel from the inside. Strange had taken to calling it analytical destruction, which was clinical and accurate and captured none of the particular quality of watching Harry do it, which was somewhere between surgery and entropy. The claws, they'd grown with him, proportional and precise. Still golden black, still humming. He could extend them selectively, one hand, 3 claws, 2 claws, with a fine control that Logan found impressive and Harry apparently found obvious. He used them as a focusing tool for magic sometimes, the physical conduit giving the abstract force a direction. He used them as weapons in the way Logan had trained him, clean and efficient and never wasteful. He kept them in, most of the time, without effort or thought. The healing was present but not dramatic in daily life, cuts closed in seconds, bruises faded overnight, and once, during a particularly ambitious training session with Logan that had gone sideways when a practiced knife struck something it shouldn't have, Harry had healed a wound in his side that would have hospitalized anyone else within about 4 minutes, which Logan had watched with his jaw tight and his heart doing something complicated, and then pulled Harry in and held him for a second. One arm, brief, the way Logan expressed things that couldn't be said in words. Harry had leaned into it for exactly that second and then stepped back and said, "I'm fine, it was fine, can we go again?" And Logan had said, "No, we're getting dinner," and Harry had said, "Is dinner also fine?" and Logan had said, "Don't push it," and Harry had grinned, and that was how they said "I love you." Logan taught him fighting. Not just the techniques but the thinking, how to read a room, how to assess multiple threats simultaneously, how to use space and architecture as parts of the fight rather than its backdrop. Harry took to it with a seriousness that Logan respected and an aptitude that would have been unsettling if he hadn't known the kid's character by now. Harry wasn't violent. He was prepared. There was a difference, and Harry had understood it early. You built the capability so you'd never need to demonstrate it. Though sometimes you needed to demonstrate it. He was 10, and they were in a city in Eastern Europe that Logan had business in, mundane business, a contact, nothing that should have touched Harry at all, and Logan had left Harry in the hotel lobby for 20 minutes while he went upstairs for a conversation. He came back down to find the lobby had been rearranged. 3 men were against the far wall in a configuration that suggested they'd been placed there by a force larger and more decisive than themselves. The lobby's lone security guard was sitting in a chair looking dazed and grateful. Harry was at the concierge desk eating an apple that he'd acquired from somewhere, one shoulder leaned against the counter, and he looked up when Logan walked in with an expression of absolute tranquility. Logan looked at the three men against the wall, who were conscious but seemed to be having a philosophical crisis. 20 minutes, he said. They tried to take me, Harry said. I think they thought I was worth something to someone. Are you hurt? Harry looked down at himself. No. The guard? Fine. They pushed him, I caught him, I handled it. Logan looked at the three men again. All three. It seemed more efficient than one at a time. Logan absorbed this. He looked at Harry eating his apple. He looked at the three men again. One of them made eye contact with Logan and immediately looked at the floor. Claws? Logan asked. Didn't need them. Harry took another bite of the apple. I dissolved the binding on their shoes, they all fell down, which gave me about 3 seconds each, which was enough. Dissolved the binding on their shoes, Logan repeated. The spell that keeps structural materials coherent. Their shoes stopped being solid, basically. Just for a moment. They weren't expecting the floor to feel different. Harry considered. I should probably remember that trick. Logan pinched the bridge of his nose. He was aware that he should be having some sort of reaction that was not the one he was having, which was profoundly satisfied in a way he generally kept private. Good work, he said. Harry looked up, slightly surprised by the directness of it. Logan didn't usually do direct appreciation, he expressed it through continued expectation, through setting the bar higher, which Harry had understood since about age 7 as Logan's equivalent of a standing ovation. Direct was rarer. Thanks, Harry said, and meant it. They had an ongoing debate about Hogwarts for most of Harry's 9th and 10th year, which was less a debate in the structured argument sense and more a recurring conversation that neither side was trying to win because neither of them was entirely sure what winning looked like. Strange's position was nuanced and, in the way of Strange's positions, built on several layers of reasoning that he revealed one at a time as circumstances called for them. His surface argument was practical, Harry needed the wizarding world's education for the wizarding world's threats, and there were things at Hogwarts, knowledge, connections, access, that couldn't be replicated elsewhere. His deeper argument was the one he mentioned less often, only to Logan and only late. Harry needed to know who he was in the context of his own world, not just in theirs. He was a magical being of extraordinary power, yes, but he was also the chosen one of a prophecy, the last son of James and Lily Potter, a figure around whom the wizarding world had organized its grief and its hope for a decade. He should have the chance to know what that meant before it was decided for him by someone else. Logan's position was simpler and honest to the point of bluntness. He didn't want Harry anywhere near people who'd already failed him once. He trusted Harry's capabilities completely. He trusted the wizarding world's institutions approximately as far as he could throw Hogwarts Castle. Harry's position, articulated finally, clearly, on a November evening the month after his 10th birthday, sitting at the Sanctum's kitchen table while Logan stood at the counter and Strange sat across from him, was this: I'm going to go, he said. Not because Dumbledore wants me to. Not because of the prophecy. Because there are things there I can't learn anywhere else, and people I haven't met yet, and because, he paused, looking at his hands, his knuckles, the faint gold trace at the skin, because I'm tired of knowing about a world and not knowing it. I want to see it myself. I want to decide what I think about it. A pause. But I go on my terms. I tell Dumbledore nothing he doesn't need to know. I don't play the part he's written for me. And if it becomes something I don't want, I come home. Strange looked at Logan. Logan looked at the counter. When you say home, Logan said, and his voice was flat in a way that meant the opposite of flat, you mean here. I mean here, Harry said. Obviously. Logan nodded once. Turned to refill his coffee. Strange looked at his tea and performed a very convincing impression of a man who had not just felt something large and warm land in his chest. Then we'll need to talk about what you know and what you're prepared for, Strange said, in his teaching voice, which was slightly more clipped than his normal voice. Hogwarts will present, I've read Hogwarts, a history, Harry said. The entire thing, including the appendices. And fantastic beasts and all the data theory I could find. Strange opened his mouth. Closed it. Right. I've also read everything you have on Voldemort's known magical signature and the Horcrux theory. Strange was very still. I never told you about the Horcrux, your files aren't as secure as you think, Harry said, not unkindly. I've known for about a year. Strange looked at Logan. Logan looked at Strange. Logan's expression very clearly said I taught him that. Strange's expression said I know you did. Harry looked at both of them. I know about the fragment in my scar too, he said, and his voice was level. Completely level, like a table, like a horizon, with something underneath it that both of them recognized and neither of them pushed on. We'll need to deal with it. I've been thinking about how. The silence that followed was the silence of two extremely accomplished individuals sitting across from a 10-year-old who had spent the last year quietly doing his homework on his own death and survival, without telling them, without showing them, processing it alone until he had something to say. Logan set down his coffee mug. He moved around the table and put his hand on the back of Harry's neck, very briefly, thumb on his spine. Not words. Just the physical language of, I know. I'm here. This doesn't change anything. Harry reached up and gripped Logan's wrist for a moment. Then he let go. Tell me what you've figured out, Strange said, and his voice was careful and professional and only slightly wrecked. Harry told them. It took 40 minutes, and by the end of it Strange had filled 2 pages of notes and Logan had drunk 3 more cups of coffee, and the plan that emerged from it was nowhere near complete but had a shape that felt survivable, and that was enough for now. The letter arrived in July, the summer before Harry's 11th birthday. It came by owl, of course it did. This was apparently how the wizarding world managed its correspondence, which Harry received with interest and the owl received with his focused, unfazed attention that he gave to all animals. He read it at the breakfast table. Set it down. Picked up his toast. Well? Strange said. Hogwarts, Harry said. 1st of September. And? Harry picked up the letter and read from it. We are delighted to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He set it down again. They're delighted. That's something. Are you ready? Logan asked. Harry thought about it properly, which Logan appreciated. He'd never learned to perform confidence, only to actually locate it. He ate his toast. He looked at the window, then back. Yes, he said. He said it the way he said things he'd checked and rechecked and was sure of. Logan believed him. Then eat your breakfast, Logan said. We've got a lot to do before September. August was not wasted. Strange walked Harry through everything he'd need to know about the wizarding world's social structure, politics, and institutional tendencies, the way a diplomat might brief a foreign dignitary. Logan walked him through how to carry himself in unfamiliar territory, how to enter a room, how to identify exits, how to read a crowd for allegiances and threats. They went to Diagon Alley in the last week of August, Strange managing the navigation through the leaky cauldron with the ease of someone who moved between worlds professionally. The alley was extraordinary and Harry took it in stride, which wasn't indifference but the organized appreciation of someone who'd seen extraordinary things and knew how to enjoy them without being overwhelmed. He bought his school supplies with methodical attention. He read every book title in flourish and blots, bought several that weren't on the list. He watched the people, the wizards and witches in robes, the small children gaping at wands, the worn-looking parents managing lists and budgets, with the social reading he'd been developing since he was old enough to understand that reading people was as important as reading books. In Ollivanders, the wand chose him in the way the old wand-maker described, a sudden warmth, a sense of alignment, a shower of gold and red sparks, and Ollivander looked at the wand and then at Harry and then at the scar and then at Harry again, and something moved through the old man's face that was complicated. "Curious," Ollivander said. "I've heard," Harry said. Ollivander looked at him more carefully. "You don't seem surprised." "I had a feeling it'd be something like that." Harry looked at the wand, 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather, warm in his hand in the way the claws were warm when they extended, like something waking up. "It's good." "Good." Ollivander seemed to taste the word. "Most children say wonderful or amazing." "It is those things," Harry said. "It's also good. Functional. Reliable." He looked up. "I'm going to use this to do real work." Good seemed more accurate. Ollivander looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled, small and private, like he'd found something he'd been looking for in a drawer he'd already checked twice. "Quite right," he said. "Quite right." The day before September 1st, Logan was in Harry's room at the Sanctum while Harry packed. The trunk was open, books going in with the method Harry applied to everything, heavy ones flat, lighter ones on top, organized by subject. Logan leaned against the wall and watched. "Rules," Logan said. Harry glanced up. This was a ritual they'd developed for significant departures. Logan said rules, Harry responded. "Watch my back and my front," Harry said. "Trust instinct as data, not instruction. Never let the room know everything I can do." "Why not?" "Because showing your full hand is for when you need to end the conversation. Not start it." "What else?" Harry paused in his packing. His hands stilled. He turned to look at Logan directly. "Come home," he said. It was the last item. It had been the last item since they'd first run through this, years ago, and it was the only one Harry had added himself. Logan nodded. "Yeah." Harry turned back to his trunk. After a moment, without looking up, "I'm going to miss this. The Sanctum. You and Strange arguing about methodology in the kitchen." "We don't argue." "You literally argue every morning." "That's a conversation." "You called his tracking technique the world's longest way to stand still." "That's a critique." "That's different." Harry laughed, brief and genuine, a sound that had taken years to come easily and now arrived without effort. He picked up a book, set it in the trunk, straightened. Looked at the room that had been his for 7 years, the shelves and the desk and the window over Bleecker Street. "I'm not worried about it," he said. "Hogwarts. The other kids or Dumbledore or any of it." He looked at Logan. "But if something goes wrong and you have to come get me, I'll come." "I know." "I was going to say," Harry's mouth did something, the half-smile that was all his own, "knock first." Logan looked at him. This almost 11-year-old who had walked out of a cupboard under the stairs and into his life and systematically, thoroughly refused to be broken by it. Who called Strange uncle and meant it, who could track deer in the snow and dissolve the coherence of a shoe and read a room like a weather system and make a person feel, in about 30 seconds of focused attention, like the only solid thing in a shifting world. Whose claws were gold-black and perfect and whose scar pulsed in the morning sometimes with something they still hadn't entirely solved and who had faced the knowledge of his own cursed soul with the calm of someone who'd already decided how the story ended. "Knock first," Logan said. "Sure." Harry went back to packing. Logan watched him. Outside, Bleecker Street hummed with evening, the city going about its enormous, indifferent life around the small fixed point of this impossible family in this too-large house, and tomorrow a train would leave from a platform that required the belief of the person running toward it, and Logan thought that belief seemed about right, actually, as a requirement, because everything he'd learned in his very long life had come down to the same thing in the end. You had to run toward it. Chapter 3, The Boy Who Wouldn't Be Sorted. Platform 9 3/4 smelled like coal smoke and magic and approximately 200 families all having emotions simultaneously, which was a specific olfactory experience that Harry catalogued in about 4 seconds and then filed under manageable. Logan was beside him, which had required a brief negotiation with Strange about whether Logan's presence at King's Cross was strategically advisable given Dumbledore's people were almost certainly watching the platform. Strange had made the case for subtlety. Logan had made the case for being there. Harry had settled it by saying he wanted Logan to see him off, which ended the debate immediately because neither of them had a counter to that and both of them knew it. Strange had opened a portal to the far end of the platform. They'd walked the rest of the way. The crowd folded around Logan naturally, people moved aside without knowing why, responding to something physical and wordless that Logan generated effortlessly, a quality of presence that said account for me in a language older than speech. Harry had his trunk. He had his wand in his jacket pocket. He had the Hullyan phoenix feather weight of it, warm and familiar after 2 weeks of practice. He also had 3 small items that were not on the Hogwarts supply list, a mirror shard in a leather case on a cord around his neck, which was one half of a paired communication mirror Strange had built and keyed to Harry's magical signature, a pair of short combat gloves with the knuckles reinforced, Logan's design, which fit over the claw points when extended so the fabric split cleanly and sealed cleanly after, and a small, dense ward stone in his left pocket that Strange had spent the better part of 3 days building, which would tell Harry if anyone was attempting magical surveillance on him and give him approximately 40 seconds of warning before anything large tried to breach his personal defenses. He was not going to Hogwarts unprepared. The Scarlet Train was generating steam in great theatrical billows, and around it the wizarding world went about the 1st of September with its particular blend of organized chaos. Harry watched families. Watched children. It was strange, he thought, and then almost smiled at the word. Strange in the ordinary sense. He'd grown up with 2 people who were extraordinary in such specific and non-standard ways that ordinary had become a concept he observed from outside, like a country he'd never visited but had read about extensively. These children hadn't grown up with Logan. They hadn't sat in Camartage courtyards and accidentally opened dimensional tears at age 7. They hadn't spent 3 weeks in Tibet when they were 8, or tracked elk in Quebec, or learned the shape of Voldemort's soul from Stephen Strange's extensive and methodically organized files. They were carrying owls and looking nervous and saying goodbye to their parents, and Harry felt, not superior, not pitying, just curious. About what it would be like to find something as basic as magic surprising. 5 minutes, Logan said. Harry nodded. He turned to look at Logan directly, which he always did when he had something to say that mattered. Logan waited. He was good at waiting when it counted. If Dumbledore tries to contact you directly, Harry said, don't go alone. Logan raised an eyebrow. You think I need that advice? No. I think Strange does. He'll go alone and try to outmaneuver him intellectually and Dumbledore will say something profound and Strange will spend 3 weeks processing it. A beat. That's fair, Logan said. Tell him I said so. Tell him yourself, you've got the mirror. Harry looked at the train. Steam obscuring the platform edges, turning the crowd at the far end into shapes and voices. He found himself reading exits automatically, the tunnel mouth, the platform gates, 2 maintenance doors on the left side, and recognized the habit for what it was and let it run. Better automatic than deliberate. Logan had taught him that. Hey, Logan said. Harry looked at him. Logan put a hand on his shoulder, the same grip he'd used 1,000 times, thumb at the back of his neck, solid and unambiguous. He looked at Harry the way he looked at things he'd already assessed and come to terms with and was simply acknowledging. You know what you are, he said. Don't let anyone there tell you different. Harry held that for a second. Nodded. I know. The whistle went. Around them, the organized chaos reorganized itself toward the train doors, a current of trunks and cloaks and owls. Harry picked up his trunk and looked at Logan one more time, and the look was brief and complete, a whole conversation in 2 seconds, the fluency of people who'd learned each other's silences, and then he turned and stepped onto the train. He found a compartment near the middle of the train that was empty and put his trunk up and sat by the window and watched the platform. Logan was still there, standing against the weight of the departing crowd, not moving. Harry watched him until the train began to pull away and the steam closed in and the platform went from clear to impressionistic to gone. He turned to face the compartment. The door slid open almost immediately. A boy about his height with red hair and a smear of something on his nose looked in with the open, disarming quality of someone who had grown up in a family large enough that social caution never really developed. "Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full or, I mean, it doesn't have to be here, but, sit," Harry said. The boy sat, settling himself with the comfortable sprawl of someone accustomed to sharing limited space with 6 siblings. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. The boy's expression was doing the specific dance of someone trying to get a read without seeming like they were trying to get a read. "Ron," the boy said, sticking out a hand. "Weasley." "Harry." He shook it. Then waited, because Weasley had the look of someone about to have a realization. It arrived in about 3 seconds, Ron's eyes tracking upward to Harry's forehead with the involuntary magnetism that apparently the scar generated in people who'd grown up knowing the name. His expression went through surprise and a visible effort to manage the surprise, which Harry respected. "You're right," Ron said. "Okay. Right." He regrouped visibly. "Sorry. I've heard, my mum's talked about you. About, I mean. You know." "I know," Harry said. Not coldly, just levelly. "It's fine. Is your family all on the train?" The redirect worked exactly as intended, and for the next 20 minutes Ron Weasley talked about his brothers, Fred and George with the kind of affectionate exasperation that indicated genuine closeness, Percy with a more complex texture that suggested admiration and friction in equal measure, Charlie and Bill with the respect of someone measuring himself against impressive older siblings, and Harry listened and built a picture. The Weasleys were old wizarding family, not wealthy, deeply decent. Ron himself was quick and unpretentious and had a self-deprecating humor that he wielded both as deflection and as genuine perspective on himself. Harry liked him within about 10 minutes, which didn't happen often. They were somewhere past London when the compartment door opened again, this time admitting a girl with large front teeth and the particular focused energy of someone on a mission. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, oh." She stopped when she saw Harry, ran through the same realization Ron had with significantly less visible effort to conceal it. Then she moved on from it almost instantly, which impressed Harry more than Ron's recovery had. "I'm Hermione Granger. Have you seen a toad?" "No," Harry said. "What's your strategy for finding it?" She blinked. "I'm asking compartments. How many compartments on this train?" She paused. Then her expression shifted slightly, recalibrating. "About 20 in this section. But I've been systematic, working forward from the back, so, the heating vents run along the lower wall. If the toad got loose and is following warmth, it'll be low. Check under the seats in the rear section first before you work forward." Hermione looked at him for a moment. Actually that makes sense." She looked at him for another moment, differently. "You're Harry Potter." "Yes. I've read about you. Not the popular books, those are mostly nonsense, but there are academic texts on the magical event at Godric's Hollow. The rebounding of the killing curse. The theoretical implications are extraordinary." "They are," Harry agreed. "I have some thoughts about the mechanism if you want to discuss it later." Hermione looked like someone had handed her exactly the gift she hadn't known she wanted. "Yes. I'd like that." She turned to leave, paused. "Under the seats in the rear section." "That'd be my start," Harry said. She left. Ron watched the door. Then turned to Harry with an expression of frank assessment. "You're not what I expected," he said. "What did you expect?" "I don't know. The stories make you sound like, I don't know. Someone who needs rescuing." "I don't," Harry said, simple and informational. "Yeah," Ron said. "I can tell." He looked at Harry for a moment longer, and something settled in his expression, a decision made, easy and final. Good. When Hermione returned 20 minutes later confirming the toad had been under the third-to-last seat's heating vent exactly as predicted, she brought with her a small, round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom, who was clutching his recovered toad with both hands and had the look of someone who'd spent most of his life apologizing for himself as preemptive damage control. He looked at Harry with eyes that went wide and stayed there. "Sorry about Trevor," Neville said, to Harry specifically, as though the toad's escape was something Harry had personally been troubled by. "Don't apologize for accidents," Harry said. "He's back, it's fine." Neville looked at him like someone who'd been waiting a long time for that sentence. The four of them spent the remainder of the journey in a conversation that ranged, books, magical theory, family, and at one point a brief and lively debate about the historical accuracy of Hogwarts, a history's account of the founders that Harry won handily but acknowledged Hermione's counter-argument with a precision that left her looking both annoyed and pleased. Ron ate most of the food trolley's offerings and contributed commentary that was frequently more perceptive than his delivery suggested. Neville said approximately one thing for every 10 that the others said, but the things he said were, Harry noticed, invariably accurate. They were pulling into Hogsmeade Station when the compartment door slid open one more time, and this arrival was different in texture from the others. 3 boys. The one in the middle was pale and sharp-featured with the particular posture of someone who'd been raised to consider their bearing a statement. His 2 companions were large and had the specific quality of people who'd decided aggression was a personality. The pale boy looked at Harry with the practiced, appraising gaze of someone who'd been taught to categorize people quickly and act accordingly. "Harry Potter," he said. "I'm Draco Malfoy." Said like he expected the name to do work. Harry looked at him. He did the reading. Malfoy's eyes were sharp and currently performing confidence rather than feeling it, which Harry could always distinguish. He'd been told about Harry, probably extensively, and had prepared something to say. The 2 boys behind him were props, not thinkers. Malfoy himself was something more interesting than he was letting on. "Malfoy," Harry said. "Sit down if you want to talk." Malfoy blinked. This was clearly not the response he'd prepared for. He glanced at Ron with an expression of reflexive disdain. "Old family politics," Harry read, "complicated and entrenched," then back at Harry. Something calculated moved behind his eyes. He made a decision. "Another time," Malfoy said. But he said it to Harry specifically, with a quality that wasn't dismissal. More like a reschedule. He left. His companions followed. Ron was staring at the door. "He's awful," he said. "His whole family they were Death Eaters. Voldemort's people." "I know who they were," Harry said. "He isn't his family." "You don't know that." "Not yet," Harry agreed. "But he came here to establish something, and when the situation was different than he expected, he adapted. That's not nothing." Ron looked at him with an expression that was skeptical but listening. "You're very, I don't know the word." "Methodical," Hermione offered. "Yeah. That." Harry shrugged. "I just read people." He paused. "He'll come back. When he doesn't have the audience." He was right. Malfoy appeared at his shoulder on the way up to the castle, stepping neatly in beside Harry without his companions, and said, quietly enough not to carry, "You turned the others down too." Harry looked at him sidelong. "Which others?" "Everyone who's approached you on the train." "I watched. They came in, you were polite, and none of them left with anything." "Were you watching me since we boarded?" "Since Diagon Alley," Malfoy said, with the frankness of someone who decided to skip one layer of pretense and go straight to a more interesting one. "You don't behave like what the stories say." "The stories are wrong," Harry said. "I know. What are you, then?" Harry looked at him for a moment. At the grey eyes that were a great deal more awake than Malfoy generally seemed to want people to notice. "Curious," Harry said. "Same as you." Malfoy considered this. Then he nodded once, crisply, like a business agreement. Same as me, he agreed. Hogwarts from a boat across the Black Lake at night was the kind of thing that would have undone Harry at age 7, possibly even at 9. At 11, having grown up in a building that contained more rooms than physics allowed and opened portals to dimensions whose names were in no human language, he received it as it deserved, with full appreciation, the great castle lit from below by the lake's reflection, towers rising against a sky thick with stars, something in the stone itself generating a deep, resonant presence that Harry could feel at the base of his spine. He put his hand in the water as the boat moved. The lake noticed. Something large and curious moved somewhere beneath. "I'd keep your hand in the boat," said the half-giant who was shepherding them across with an enormous lamp and an expression of earnest, mountainous warmth. Harry withdrew his hand. "What's down there?" "Giant squid, mainly. Doesn't bite. Other things, depends on the year." The half-giant looked at Harry with the same recognition everyone gave him, but filtered through something more personal, more emotional. "You're Harry." "I'm Hagrid. I was there the night, I knew your parents." Harry looked at him. "I know. Strange mentioned you." He paused, because the emotion in Hagrid's enormous face deserved acknowledgement. "I'd like to hear about them sometime. If you're willing." Hagrid looked like he'd been given something. "Yeah," he said, rough and worn. "Yeah, I'd like that." The great hall was exactly as advertised, enchanted ceiling showing the night sky, for long house tables, hundreds of candles, the accumulated presence of a school that had been exactly itself for 1,000 years. Harry walked in with the first years and read the room the way Logan had taught him, exits, elevated positions, the staff table running along the far wall where the teachers sat and could see everyone and be seen by everyone, and at the center of it, the old man. Dumbledore. He was exactly as his photographs suggested and nothing like what photographs could convey. The power was the first thing, not displayed, not asserted, simply present the way gravity was present. Harry had felt this quality in Strange on the first night, but Strange's power had an edge, a precision, a sense of force under technical control. Dumbledore's was different. Broader. Older. The power of someone who had been doing this so long it had become indistinguishable from his personality. The second thing was the intelligence. Bright blue eyes moving through the crowd of first years with the cataloging speed of someone who'd been reading people for the better part of a century and had never gotten worse at it. They found Harry. Held. Moved on. All in about a second, but Harry had been watching for it and caught it, and in that second he read something he filed carefully. Dumbledore had not expected him to look back. The slight adjustment in the old man's expression, minute and instantly controlled, was the tell of someone encountering a variable they'd planned for in theory but not quite prepared for in practice. Good, Harry thought. Stay off balance. The sorting hat was a battered, frayed thing that began to sing before it was even fully settled on the stool, a self-congratulatory song about the 4 houses and their qualities that Harry listened to with polite attention. He watched each student go up, watched the hat's deliberation time, some quick, some long. He noted which names produced reactions in the crowd, which houses received particular students with particular enthusiasm. Harry Potter. The hall went quiet in the particular way that only happened when something expected finally arrived. Harry walked to the stool and sat and felt the hat come down over his forehead and then felt something else entirely, a vast, attentive, ancient presence dropping into his mind like a stone into water, reading him from inside. "Well," the hat said, in a voice that was entirely inside his head, "this is new." "Is it?" Harry thought back, because he'd been inside minds before. Strange had taught him the basics of legilimency, and he knew how to think in them deliberately. The hat seemed surprised to be thought at. "You've been trained. And something else, the Darkhold framework is quite remarkable, I know." "Which house?" "I'm getting there." The hat shifted. "Gryffindor would want you for obvious reasons. Slytherin would want you for less obvious ones. Ravenclaw, I know how to categorize myself. I'm asking where I'll be most useful." A pause. Most students ask where they'll be happiest. I know what makes me happy. I'm asking something different. The hat was quiet for a moment in the way that a very old and very intelligent entity was quiet when it encountered something it needed to actually think about. The Darkhold element in your magic, it said finally, is more Slytherin than any Slytherin I've sorted in 3 centuries. The healing factor, the instinct, the physical, pure Gryffindor, with Hufflepuff's loyalty underneath it. The mind, Ravenclaw, clearly. But underneath all of it, yes. Underneath all of it is someone who will not be contained by categories, the hat said, with something that might have been admiration. So the question of where you'll be most useful is genuinely interesting. A pause. You need to be where you can build something. Not just survive or excel, build. Friends, networks, understanding. Gryffindor then, Harry thought. Ron and Hermione. You've already decided. I just wanted to see if you'd agree. The hat made a sound that was probably its version of a laugh. Then, aloud, to the hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took the hat off and looked at it before setting it back on the stool. The hat's brim did something that might have been a wink. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat beside Ron, who was still clapping and grinning with the relief of someone whose instinctive read on a person had been validated. Hermione sat across from him, also smiling, and beyond her Neville Longbottom, who had been sorted to Gryffindor 3 names before Harry and was patting his toad and looking like he might be having his first genuinely good moment of the evening. Harry looked back at the staff table. Dumbledore was applauding with the rest, but his eyes were on Harry with a warmth and a depth that were both genuine and complicated, and Harry met them steadily until Dumbledore looked away first. He hadn't planned that specifically. But he didn't regret it. The professor Harry had been warned about, Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, slight and trembling and wearing a turban that smelled, according to the information Logan had developed before term, of garlic and other, older things, walked behind the first years on the way to the Great Hall, and Harry had catalogued him before they even reached the doors. Lavender, garlic, 3 other herbal components, all functioning as masking agents. And underneath them, faint but unmistakable to someone with Harry's trained sensitivity, the specific dark resonance that Strange had described to him in meticulous detail. 2 presences in one body. The host's, frightened, compliant, deteriorating. And the other one. Thin and cold and very, very old. Not gone at all, as it turned out. Harry filed this under current priority and said nothing. He needed more information before he acted. That was the Logan principle, assess, then move. Never the other way around. The first week of classes was interesting in the way that Harry found most new systems interesting, as a series of patterns to map. Charms was taught by a tiny, enthusiastic professor named Flitwick who nearly fell off his stack of books when Harry performed the Wingardium Leviosa with a quality that went somewhat beyond the first-year standard, producing not just levitation but a controlled rotation of the feather at a precise angle that wasn't in the textbook. Transfiguration was McGonagall, who was exactly what Strange had described, rigorous, fair, demanding, and privately pleased in proportion to the exactness with which you met her standards. Harry matched her exactly and slightly exceeded her, which she received with a controlled satisfaction that she directed at her notes rather than at him. Defense against the dark arts was Quirrell, who taught by rote and with the specific quality of someone performing a subject they'd once known and no longer fully inhabited. Harry sat in the front row and said nothing that would indicate what he'd already assessed, and answered questions correctly when called on and never volunteered additional information. He watched Quirrell carefully each class, reading the edges of the double signature, learning the rhythm of the host's behavior versus the passenger's. The passenger was aware of Harry. He could feel it, a specific attention, not the benign attention of someone who'd recognized the scar, but the sharper, focused thing. Voldemort knew who Harry was and was doing his own assessment, and Harry let him assess, because what Voldemort was seeing was a quiet, competent 11-year-old first year, which was not inaccurate. It was simply not complete. Potions with Snape was its own educational experience. Severus Snape arrived in the dungeon's classroom like a weather system with a grudge, black robes and black eyes and a manner of regarding the first years that suggested he'd considered a different career. He fixed on Harry with the specific, magnetic intensity of old, complicated emotion, something Harry read immediately as grief and guilt and a kind of ownership that had nothing to do with Harry and everything to do with Lily Potter, and Harry felt the information land with a weight that he kept out of his face entirely. Potter, Snape said, and the name in his mouth was three things at once. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Draught of living death, Harry said. Paused. And if you want the precise interaction chemistry, the asphodel provides the thanatological binding that the wormwood infusion amplifies. The result is a soper so deep it mimics death at the cellular level. Reversible only with a bezoar within the first 36 hours. Snape was very still. You've studied. Extensively. A pause. The dungeon classroom waited. Harry met Snape's black eyes with the same steadiness he'd turned on Dumbledore in the Great Hall, and Snape did the same calculation Dumbledore had done, found something he hadn't expected, and recalibrated in the specific way of a man who had decided to take a longer approach than the one he'd planned. Where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar? Snape asked. A goat's stomach, Harry said. Though in a crisis, the Himalayan ibex produces a more potent one. Strange, he stopped himself, almost imperceptibly. The literature suggests the ibex variety has a broader toxin spectrum. Snape stared at him for a long 3 seconds. Then he moved away down the aisle to his next target, and Harry looked down at his textbook, and Ron, beside him, exhaled slowly and said, very quietly, that was terrifying. He's testing, Harry said, equally quiet. He expected me to be unprepared. Are you ever unprepared? Harry considered the honest answer. I try not to be. That evening in the common room, while Ron and Harry played chess, Ron was excellent at chess in the way naturally tactical minds express themselves, and Harry appreciated the game for precisely that reason, a pure read on how someone moved against opposition. Hermione sat across from them with a book open that she wasn't reading, which meant she was thinking about something she wanted to say. You knew the bezoar information wasn't in the standard textbook, she said. Harry moved a knight. I have the standard textbook. That information isn't in it. No. So you've studied beyond the curriculum. Extensively. Hermione looked at him over the top of her notebook. How extensively? Harry looked up. Decided on honesty, which he generally preferred when the person asking had earned it, and Hermione had earned it inside 1 week by being the most rigorously honest person he'd met at Hogwarts. I've been trained by 2 people who operate well outside the standard curriculum. One of them is the Sorcerer Supreme. Ron's chess piece walked off the board in protest of being neglected. He grabbed it back. The what? Earth's primary magical defender. Harry considered how to condense Strange into a sentence. Think of the most advanced wizard you can imagine and then consider someone who finds that wizard's limitations interesting for academic reasons. Hermione had put down the book properly now. And the other one? Harry moved his knight again. Someone else. She accepted this, which said something about her intelligence. She could read when a door was closed without needing to test it. And they trained you. Before Hogwarts. For 7 years. So everything we're learning here, most of it I know. Some of it I'm learning differently here than I learned it elsewhere. And some things are genuinely new. He paused. The social architecture of this place. The specific political texture of Wizarding Britain. Snape. Those are things I'm learning in real time. Snape, Ron said, with feeling. He's complicated, Harry said. He's also good. At potions, and at reading people. Don't underestimate him. He doesn't like you, Ron said. Despite he gestured vaguely at Harry's general competence. He doesn't like the idea of me, Harry said. He expected something else and I've disrupted the expectation. He'll recalibrate. Give him until November. Ron looked at him. You talk about people like you're reading a manual. I've been told that before. It's not a criticism. I just mean. Ron moved his bishop, a clean aggressive play. Most people would be upset that a teacher doesn't like them. Harry watched the board. Most people give their emotional energy to things they can directly change, he said. Check. Ron stared at the board. How? He tipped over his king. Right. Okay. You're doing that thing. What thing? Where you explain something about strategy and simultaneously do the strategy. Ron looked at him with frank, cheerful irritation. It's annoying and brilliant, and I'm going to figure out how you do it eventually. I know, Harry said. I look forward to it. A week later Malfoy found Harry alone in the library. Harry had known he was coming, had heard the specific even-paced footstep in the corridor outside, lacking the two heavier sets that usually accompanied it. He was reading a book on advanced warding theory that was technically a third-year text, the ward stone in his pocket quiet and unstimulated. Malfoy sat down across from him without preamble. He had the particular tight-held quality of someone about to say something they'd been thinking about for longer than they wanted to admit. My father talks about you, Malfoy said. Harry looked up from his book. Waited. He has opinions. About who you are and what you're supposed to do and what the right side is. Malfoy's jaw was set. He's been telling me these things my whole life and he stopped. His eyes were sharp and uncomfortable, like someone pressing on a bruise to locate it precisely. I'm not certain he's right. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then, what are you certain of? That power exists and you have more of it than almost anyone here, and that my father has already decided you're an enemy, and that I'd rather make my own assessment. And what's your assessment? Malfoy looked at him. That you're not what the war made you out to be. Either side's version. He paused. The light's version is a savior. My father's version is a threat. You're neither. What am I, then? Harry asked. He was genuinely curious how Malfoy had read him. Someone who was raised by people outside this world entirely, Malfoy said, and Harry was very still. Someone who came in here with their own framework and has no particular interest in adopting ours. He held Harry's eyes. I don't know who raised you. But they weren't wizards. No, Harry said. And whatever they taught you, it's not, Malfoy searched for words, it's not how anyone here thinks. Is that a problem for you? Malfoy looked at his own hands on the table. Then back up. No, he said. It's the opposite of a problem. Harry studied him for another moment. Then he turned back to his book, which in Strange's household was not dismissal but the specific gesture of someone allowing a conversation to be over without requiring a formal close. Malfoy seemed to understand this intuitively, perhaps because he'd been raised in a household where conversations had their own protocol and the ability to read that protocol was considered basic competence. He stood to leave. At the door he paused. Pansy Parkinson was going to Hex Granger last Tuesday, he said, not quite turning around. I redirected her. A beat. In case it's relevant to your assessment. He left. Harry looked at the door for a moment. Then back at his book. He turned the page. He told Hermione that evening. She looked startled, and then thoughtful, and then her expression went through the careful reconfiguration of someone updating a model they'd been fairly comfortable with. Malfoy. Malfoy. He just told you. Once he'd decided I was worth being honest with, yes. Harry leaned against the common room wall. He's not his father's politics. He's been told he is for 11 years, which is different. Ron won't see it that way. Ron sees his family's experience with Malfoy's family. That's real and valid. I'm telling you separately, because you'll process it differently. He looked at her. Keep it to yourself for now. Hermione looked at him with the expression she deployed when she was trying to decide whether to push back on something. She did it to professors regularly, but with Harry it was different. She pushed when she thought he was wrong, which so far had happened twice, and both times she'd been right in a way that Harry had acknowledged directly, which had recalibrated their dynamic into something that felt, to Harry, like the foundation of something durable. "You're managing the information," she said. "Yes. Because you don't know who knows what yet." "Correct. When do you start trusting people with the full picture?" "When I know the full picture myself," Harry said. "Which I don't yet." A pause. "Quirrell," Hermione said, lowering her voice. Harry looked at her sharply. "What about him?" "I don't know. He makes me, something feels wrong. Around him. He smells wrong." Harry was quiet for a second. "When did you start noticing smells?" "I've always noticed smells. My mum's a dentist, it's a hygiene household." She paused. "But this is different. It's like, old wrong. Not dirt wrong. Something else." Harry looked at her for a long moment. He thought about Logan, who trusted his nose in the garden of Privet Drive before he trusted anything else, and about Strange, who'd said the signature is coming from inside that cupboard and had been right. He thought about the information hierarchy he'd been building since September 1st and where Hermione Granger's instincts now ranked in it. High, he decided. Quite high. "You're right," he said. "Don't press on it. Don't confront him or investigate openly. Watch and record what you notice." Hermione nodded, brisk and serious. "Already doing it." Harry looked at her with something that in another person might have been called relief. "Good." He checked the mirror shard against his chest that night, lying in the dark of the first-year dormitory while the other boys breathed their sleeping rhythms around him. He pressed the glass once, warming it with his thumb, and felt Strange's answering warmth from the other side, present, monitoring, good. He pressed it again, twice, which was the code for all clear, nothing urgent, but there's a thing. The return press came in the pattern that meant acknowledged, update tomorrow. He put the mirror back against his chest and lay in the dark and thought about Quirrell, and the Philosopher's Stone that Strange had identified as the likely object of Voldemort's current attention, and Dumbledore's deliberate architecture around it that probably involved Harry in some specific, pre-assigned way, and Malfoy in the library with his jaw tight and his honesty carefully deployed, and Hermione's nose, and Ron's chess mind, and the castle's deep stone presence that he could still feel at the base of his spine. His claws slid out a quarter-inch and back in again, thoughtless, reflexive, the way someone might flex their fingers before they started work. A great deal to do, he thought. Organized, he thought. One layer at a time, Logan's voice said in his memory, patient and certain. You don't fight the whole thing at once. You find the thread. You pull. Harry closed his eyes. Outside, the enchanted ceiling showed stars above the great hall, and somewhere in the castle something very old and very dangerous was looking for the same thing Harry was looking for, and Dumbledore had built an obstacle course in the third-floor corridor to stop it, and none of them knew yet how the story was going to go. Harry had theories. He thought about them until sleep took him, organized and purposeful and completely unafraid. Chapter 4. The darkness in the mirror. November came to Hogwarts like a settling argument, cold and grey and final, stripping the last of the color from the grounds until the lake went the color of pewter and the forest at the edge of the grounds became a solid dark mass that breathed. Harry liked it. He'd spent enough time in Canadian wilderness with Logan to feel comfortable in cold, and there was something honest about the castle in November, the way it stopped performing and simply existed, massive and ancient and indifferent to comfort. He ran every morning. 6 o'clock, before the rest of the tower was awake, through the corridors and then down and out through a side door that the castle had started opening for him around his third week, which was either a coincidence of architecture or something more deliberate that Harry preferred not to examine too closely. Around the lake, twice, in the dark and cold, breathing steam, the wardstone quiet in his pocket and the mirror warm against his sternum. Ron had started joining him by the second week of October, showing up blearily in the corridor with his laces undone and his eyes at half-mast, which Harry received without comment. By November Ron's laces were done before 6 and he ran the full circuit without stopping, and he'd stopped complaining about the cold approximately 2 weeks in, which Harry noted was about the point where Ron's body had decided to stop negotiating and start adapting. Hermione joined on the 1st of November, because Hermione had apparently decided if two of them were doing a thing that was improving their physical conditioning and giving them a private hour to talk without being overheard, she would be doing it as well. She ran with a focused efficiency that suggested this wasn't her first experience with early mornings. Nobody questioned where Harry had learned to run like that. They were getting better at accepting that Harry had learned everything somewhere specific, and that somewhere was not here, and that the details would emerge when he decided they should. He told them about the third-floor corridor on a Tuesday morning run, mid-November, the lake's surface absolutely still and reflecting a sky the color of pewter. He'd been building toward it for 6 weeks, gathering information, calibrating trust, reaching the point where what he knew was sufficient to act and where acting required allies who understood the full picture. "There's something under the school," he said. He wasn't breathing hard. Neither, Harry noted with approval, was Ron. Hermione was managing with the determined expression of someone who'd refused to show strain as a matter of principle. "The stone," Hermione said. "Not a question." Harry looked at her. "You knew." "I worked it out in October." Nicholas Flamel, the break-in at Gringotts in July, the vault that was emptied the same day we visited Diagon Alley, the timeline points to someone moving the stone here for protection. She paused. "And Dumbledore's protection, specifically. Which means the defenses are educational." "Designed to be solved," Harry confirmed. "Designed to be solved by students," Ron said, who had been quiet in the thinking way rather than the confused way. "Which is mad. Why would he, unless he wants someone to solve them?" Harry looked at him. Ron caught it, and his expression went through several rooms quickly. "He wants you to solve them," Ron said. "He set it up so that when Voldemort comes for the stone, you be the one to stop him. Because that's," he paused, uncomfortable with where the thought was going, "because that's the story he needs." "Yes," Harry said. They ran in silence for a moment, their footsteps on the frozen path the only sound. The sky was beginning to lighten at the eastern edge, a thin line of grey gold. "What are we going to do?" Hermione asked. "I'm going to deal with the Quirrell situation," Harry said. "Before it becomes a crisis. Before Dumbledore's narrative decides the shape of it." "Deal with it how?" Ron asked. "By finding out exactly what Voldemort is looking for and what he's capable of right now, and then removing the stone before he can reach it." He paused. "Without Dumbledore knowing I've done it until after." Hermione looked at him sidelong. "You're going to go around Dumbledore." "I'm going to handle my own problem on my own terms," Harry said. "There's a difference. He won't like it." "No. He'll want to have a conversation about it." "Which is fine." Harry glanced at her. "I know you have questions about the ethics of this. I want you to ask them." She was quiet for a moment, which was Hermione organizing rather than hesitating. "The stone could save someone, Flamel, specifically. If we move it, interfere with whatever Dumbledore's plan was, Flamel is already aware the stone is here and the situation is compromised," Harry said. "Strange has been in contact with him." At Hermione's look, "I used the mirror to update Strange 3 weeks ago. He reached out to Flamel directly. Flamel wants the stone moved." Hermione absorbed this. "Your guardian is the Sorcerer Supreme." "Yes. And Flamel, Nicholas Flamel, spoke to him. They have professional history." She ran a few more steps. "All right," she said. "I'm in." "Ron?" Harry asked. Ron looked at the lake, the forest, the castle rising ahead of them. He had the expression of someone checking his internal compass. "Yeah," he said. "Obviously." "Obviously," Harry agreed. He talked to Malfoy that afternoon. Not in the library this time but in a corridor near the Charms classroom, falling into step beside him in a way that Crabbe and Goyle clearly found confusing. They kept walking for 3 steps before registering Malfoy had stopped. Malfoy waved them off with a hand gesture that they obeyed with the compliance of large, uncomplicated loyalty. "Quirrell," Harry said, when the corridor was theirs. Malfoy's jaw tightened. "I know." "How much do you know?" "My father," Malfoy stopped. "Recalibrated. There are people monitoring the situation. People who want what's under the school. If it works, if he comes back properly, he won't," Harry said. "Not reassurance. Certainty." Malfoy looked at him. The grey eyes were doing the calculation Harry had come to recognize, weighing the cost of information against the cost of ignorance, running the numbers on which side of a line he wanted to stand on. "There are people my father talks to who are waiting for instruction. If he comes back, they'll be disappointed," Harry said. "I need to know the communication channels. Who's talking to Quirrell? Who else at the school is aware and compliant? You're asking me to inform on my father's allies. I'm asking you to tell me who in this building is actively working against the people in it." Harry looked at him steadily. "You told me you were making your own assessment, Malfoy. This is what that costs." A long pause. The corridor was cold and quiet, someone practicing Wingardium Leviosa in the classroom behind them, the distant thump of something failing to levitate properly. "There's one," Malfoy said. "On the staff. Not Quirrell, someone providing information. Access." He said the name quietly and Harry filed it, kept it off his face, nodded once. "That's useful," Harry said. "What are you going to do?" "Handle it." Malfoy looked at him for a moment. "You're not going to tell Dumbledore?" "Not yet." Something moved in Malfoy's face, not relief exactly, more like the feeling of a door opening that he'd been pressing against for a long time without being sure it would move. "My father can't know he won't," Harry said. "From me or mine?" Malfoy nodded. Turned to go. Then paused, the same way he'd paused in the library, with information he'd decided to give as a demonstration of good faith. "The mirror in the trophy room," he said. "Dumbledore moved something there last month. Something important." Harry was still. "The mirror of Erist. You know it." "I know of it." He paused. "Why there?" "I don't know. But whatever's hidden in the final room, the stone, presumably, the mirror is part of getting it." Malfoy looked at him. "My father's source says the mirror is the last protection. The final lock." Harry looked at the corridor wall for a moment, thinking. The mirror of Erist, Strange had explained it to him at 9, a text on it in one of the Sanctum's older collections. "Shows not your face but your heart's desire." He thought about what his heart's desire might show. He thought about what Dumbledore expected it to show, what role it played in the headmaster's architecture. He thought he understood. "Thank you," he said. He meant it straightforwardly, without debt attached to it, and Malfoy received it the same way, a simple transaction between people who were building something that didn't have a name yet. He used the mirror that night. Strange answered within a minute, his face appearing in the paired glass with the focused attention of someone who'd been monitoring closely. The connection point between the mirrors produced a slight shimmer, a quiet harmonic that nobody else in the dormitory would hear. Harry had his head under the blankets, which was not dignified but was functional. "Quirrell is accelerating," Harry said quietly. "I think he's going to move before the end of term. The stone needs to come out before he does." Strange was quiet for a moment. "Dumbledore will notice." "I know. I'm going to speak to him first." A longer pause. "Harry, I know what you're going to say. He's not, this is Dumbledore. He's been building this architecture for 10 years. He won't simply, I know what he's built and why, and I know it doesn't account for who I actually am," Harry said. "I need to talk to him before I move. Not to ask permission. To tell him clearly and directly that I'm not the instrument he designed this for, and then to watch what he does with that information. He paused. I need to know where he lands, Stephen. Strange was very still on the other side of the glass. He did the thing he did when Harry called him by name rather than uncle, a fractional stillness, just a half second, like a compass needle settling. You want to see his hand, he said. I want to know if he's someone I can work with or someone I have to work around. There's a difference and it matters. Harry shifted in the dark. He's not a bad man. No, Strange agreed. He's not. But good men with wrong maps are, they're specific kind of dangerous. Yes, Strange said, quietly. Can you come? Not to the school. Hogsmeade, maybe, somewhere I can reach you quickly. I want you close when I have this conversation. When? 3 days. I'll send word through the mirror when I've arranged it. Strange looked at him through the glass. In the mirror's slight shimmer he was exact and sharp-featured, and the thing behind his eyes that he still occasionally tried to present as professional assessment was plainly, completely something else. I'll be there, he said. Logan will want to come. Tell him the same place. Tell him, Harry paused, tell him I said not to break anything preemptively. Strange's mouth did something. I'll pass that along. He'll say something rude. Inevitably. Harry closed the connection and lay in the dark, listening to the dormitory breathe around him. Neville was muttering something in his sleep about a potions essay. Through the tower window the sky was clear and thick with stars, and Harry looked at them, the same stars he'd looked at from Logan's arms on the Privet Drive pavement when he was 4, and the thought arrived clean and simple, this is mine to solve. Not Dumbledore's. Mine. He fell asleep with his claws half extended, ticking softly against the underside of his pillow like a clock. He requested the meeting with Dumbledore the next morning through McGonagall, who received the request with the raised eyebrow expression she deployed when a student did something technically within the rules that she nonetheless hadn't expected. She sent a note back by afternoon, 7 o'clock, Thursday. Thursday came cold and clear. Harry went through the day without telling Ron or Hermione specifically what he was doing. Hermione would want to advise, Ron would want to come, and at 6:45 he walked up through the castle to the stone gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office, gave the password McGonagall had included in her note, and rode the spiral staircase up. The office was what he expected and more. Portraits of previous headmasters covering the walls, most of them currently occupied, watching him with varying degrees of curiosity. Intricate silver instruments on every surface, whirring and measuring things Harry could feel the purpose of but hadn't fully catalogued yet. A magnificent bird on a perch near the window, a phoenix, burning gold and present, who turned one intelligent eye on Harry as he entered and tilted his head with interest. And Dumbledore, behind his desk, rising to greet him with the genuine warmth of someone who had looked forward to this moment for a very long time. Harry, he said. The name carried a decade of complicated feeling, carefully regulated, presented as simple pleasure. Please, sit down. Can I offer you anything? I have an extraordinary selection of, I'm fine, Harry said pleasantly, and sat in the chair across the desk. He looked at Dumbledore directly, had been preparing for this, the specific weight of that gaze, the way it invited trust and reflection simultaneously, the way it made you want to tell him things. He'd practiced with strange legitimacy. He knew what this felt like and he kept himself level behind it. Dumbledore sat down. Folded his hands. The blue eyes moved over Harry with the attentiveness of someone who had been waiting 10 years to read a letter and was finally holding it open. You are not what I expected, Dumbledore said. It was direct in a way that surprised Harry slightly. He'd expected more preamble, more circling. Perhaps Dumbledore had decided that the circling wouldn't work here. I know, Harry said. I'm not what you planned for. A pause. Dumbledore's hands didn't move. I planned for a great many contingencies. Not this one, Harry said. You expected a boy shaped by 10 years of isolation and longing. Someone who would arrive at Hogwarts hungry for belonging, for identity, for the war's resolution. Someone who would be ready to receive what the prophecy required. The portraits were listening. The phoenix made a small sound. Dumbledore held Harry's eyes with the quality of someone who has just been told something they already knew and is deciding what to do with the fact that the other person knew it too. "Who raised you?" he asked. "People who prepared me properly," Harry said. "That's enough for now." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "You know about the stone?" "Yes." "And Quirrell?" "Yes." "And you've come to tell me." "I've come to tell you that I'm going to deal with the Quirrell situation," Harry said, "before the end of term, without using your obstacle course as the mechanism. Because your obstacle course exists to guide me toward a particular outcome, and I'm not interested in that outcome. I'm interested in removing the threat." The silence in the office was absolute. The instruments continued their small mechanical conversations. The portraits rustled. "The obstacles," Dumbledore said carefully, "are protection, they're a stage," Harry said. "A design journey with a destination you chose. The mirror of Erist at the end, you've adjusted it. Keyed it so that whoever faces it and wants to use the stone rather than find it will see themselves using it, but whoever has no desire to use it will simply see themselves with it in their pocket. So if Voldemort reaches it, the stone stays in the mirror. And Harry paused, you expect that I will reach it. That the journey through your protection will serve as a proving ground, a rite of passage, a moment of choosing. And that when I stand before the mirror, my desire will be right, and the stone will come to me, and Voldemort will be stopped, and the story will proceed according to what the story requires." Dumbledore was very still. "It's elegant," Harry said, and he meant it. He'd held the genuine admiration of it separate from everything else, because dismissing elegant thinking as bad thinking was sloppy. "You built something that sorts for the right kind of want. That's sophisticated magic and sophisticated psychology. And it would have worked on the boy you expected. But not on you," Dumbledore said. "I don't need a rite of passage," Harry said. "I've had mine. I don't need the journey to prove I have the right desire because I already know I do, and the knowing isn't the thing I need to achieve tonight. What I need to achieve is removing an active threat from this building before it reaches critical." He leaned forward slightly. "Quirrell is deteriorating. The passenger is becoming dominant. He'll move within 2 to 3 weeks at most. If I wait for your timeline, if I follow your path, there's risk that the variable gets ahead of the plan." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "You have extraordinary intelligence," he said finally. "I had extraordinary teachers. Who I still don't, who I'll tell you about when I've decided that's relevant." Harry kept his voice even, without apology, without aggression. "That information isn't needed for this conversation." Another silence. The Phoenix turned away from the window and looked at Harry again, more deliberately this time, and Harry had the impression, not metaphorical but actual, that the bird approved of something. He didn't examine it too closely. "The prophecy," Dumbledore said. "I know the prophecy." "Then you know, I know what the prophecy says," Harry said. "I also know that prophecies are self-fulfilling only if the people inside them treat them as instructions. I don't treat it as instructions. I treat it as information." He held Dumbledore's eyes. "He marked me as his equal. That's real. It's in the magic, in my scar, in what happened the night my parents died. I'm not running from that. I'm not hiding from the confrontation that's coming." He paused. "But the confrontation that's coming will happen on my terms. Not yours. Not his. Mine." Dumbledore sat back in his chair. Something shifted in him, not defeat, not acquiescence, something more complex than either. The expression of a man who had been moving pieces on a board for a decade and has just discovered that one of his pieces has been, all this time, looking back at him. "I made a choice," Dumbledore said, "when you were 1 year old, that I believe was necessary and that I suspect caused you harm." Harry looked at him. "Yes." "The Dursleys." "Yes." You were aware, since I was 7, Harry said. Strange explained it. The blood magic. The protection. He paused. I understand why. I don't agree with the decision. But I understand why. He let the silence hold for a moment. The harm is done. I'm not asking you to account for it tonight. I'm asking you to let me act tonight. Dumbledore's hands unfolded on the desk. Folded again. He looked at Harry with something that was, finally, uncomplicated, a kind of recognition, person to person, without the architecture of prophecy and war and careful management around it. Just an old man and a boy, and the old man seeing the boy properly perhaps for the first time. Doctor Strange, he said. Harry was very still. I suspected. The magical signature has elements I recognized. Dumbledore's expression was measured. He has opinions about me, I think. He thinks you're brilliant and wrong, Harry said. He says that about a lot of people. He means it as a nuanced assessment. Something moved across Dumbledore's face that might, in different company, have been a smile. And your other guardian? The one who is, not a wizard. Harry held his expression steady. No. I won't press. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. What do you need from me? Access, Harry said. To the third-floor corridor. Without triggering the institutional alerts that would bring the staff running. I'll handle everything inside it quietly. And the stone after? Flamel has already arranged its next location. Strange has confirmed the channel. Dumbledore absorbed this with the particular expression of a man watching a chess game he thought he was managing and realizing it has been operating on a second board he didn't know about. He looked at his desk for a moment. Then he looked at Harry. You are 11 years old, he said. Yes, Harry agreed. Is that an objection? No, Dumbledore said softly. It is simply, he paused, it is simply the most remarkable thing I have observed in a very long time. He reached into a drawer, produced a small object, placed it on the desk between them. An old key, iron and ordinary looking, that Harry could feel was neither ordinary nor a key in the traditional sense. A ward disabler. Keyed to the third-floor corridor's institutional alerts. Thursday next, Dumbledore said. The staff patrol changes at 11. You'll have until midnight. Harry picked up the key. Felt its construction. Strange could have built something like this, would have used slightly different materials and a tighter binding, but the principle was the same. Solid work. One condition, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. Whatever happens in that corridor, whatever you face, you tell me afterward. Everything. His eyes were steady and, Harry thought, genuinely asking rather than demanding. Not for my management. Simply because I have been carrying this war for longer than you've been alive and I am, I find that I would like to know how it ends. From someone I trust. Harry considered this for a moment. Then he said, when it's done. Dumbledore nodded. When it's done. Harry stood. He looked at the Phoenix, who looked back. He looked at the portraits, most of which were pretending not to have been listening. He looked at Dumbledore, this extraordinary, complicated, deeply fallible man who had made a catastrophic choice with a year-old child and had been carrying it ever since and would carry it, Harry suspected, until he didn't have to anymore. For what it's worth, Harry said, at the door, I think you were trying to do right by the greatest number of people. I think you were wrong. I also think they're not mutually exclusive. He left Dumbledore sitting very still in the lamplight, staring at something on his desk with his hands folded and his eyes doing something they hadn't done in the hour of Harry's visit, and the portraits were definitely looking at each other. He met Strange and Logan in Hogsmeade on Saturday. There was a pub at the edge of the village, small and frequented by locals, dark enough that Logan drew fewer looks than he would have otherwise, and Strange civilian clothes were sufficient disguise. Harry slid into the booth across from them and the warmth of the place settled around him, fire in the hearth, something spiced mulling on the bar, and the specific quality of being across a table from the two people in the world he trusted completely. He told them everything. The meeting with Dumbledore, the access, Malfoy's information, Quirrell's timeline. Strange listened with his hands around a mug, eyes moving through the information, cataloging. Logan listened with his arms on the table and his full attention in the way that meant he was hearing not just what Harry said but how he said it, monitoring for the things Harry would present as logistics and were actually emotional. When Harry finished, Strange said, "The Mirror of Erist." "I understand how it works," Harry said. "I've thought about what it shows me." And? Harry looked at the table for a moment. "It shows me them," he said. "Standing behind me." He looked up. "My parents. James and Lily. I've never seen them except in photographs. But I know that's what it would be." He paused. "Dumbledore expected that. Expected me to arrive at the mirror and want something he could use to confirm the rightness of the path. And it would have worked, on the boy he planned for." He kept his voice even. "That boy would have stood in front of that mirror and seen his dead parents and he stopped briefly, and been devastated in a useful way." Logan was looking at him. Harry met his eyes, held them. "But that's not all it shows," Harry said. "Is it?" "No," Strange said quietly. "It shows your heart's desire. Your deepest want. And I know what mine is." He looked at Logan, then Strange, then back at the table. "And the mirror is going to know it too. And that's fine. That's the mechanism working as designed, because what I want won't be confused with wanting to use the stone. So it'll give me the stone." A long silence. The fire crackled. Someone at the bar laughed at something. "Harry," Logan said. "I'm fine," Harry said. And meant it. "I'm genuinely fine. I'm telling you because you should know, and because," he looked at Logan again, the direct look, the real one, "because you should know." Logan reached across the table and put his hand over Harry's briefly. 1 second. Then he sat back. "Thursday," he said. "Thursday. We'll be here." Logan looked at him steadily. "Not in the castle. Here." "I know." Harry nodded. "I'm not asking you to be in the castle. But if something goes sideways, I'll use the mirror." "But it won't." "You're very sure," Strange said. "I've been preparing for this," Harry said, "since I was 10 years old. I know exactly what Quirrell is capable of right now. I know what Voldemort's current state allows and what it doesn't. The fragment is limited, no physical form, dependent entirely on the host, and the host is nearly gone." He looked at Strange. "The scar fragment complicates physical proximity, but I've been working on the isolation technique you outlined. I think I can manage it." Strange's expression moved through several things. He looked at Logan. Logan looked at him. The thing that happened between them in moments like this was not quite a conversation, it was a mutual acknowledgement, the shorthand of two people who'd spent 7 years making decisions about a shared person they loved beyond any categorization either of them had been prepared for. "The Darkhold elements in your magic," Strange said. "When you're proximate to Voldemort, to his fragment, the Darkhold framework may respond." "I know. That's actually useful. It's also unpredictable." "I've been working with it for 7 years," Harry said. "It's not unpredictable to me." Strange looked at him for a long moment. Then he said something he probably couldn't have said 4 years ago, the particular piece of growth that Harry's 11 years had worked on Stephen Strange's considerable pride. "You're right. I'm over-cautioning." "A little," Harry agreed. "You can over-caution next week. Tonight, butterbeers. Logan's paying." "I'm not paying," Logan said. "You have more money than Strange. Strange has a building. You have a whole mountain in Canada." "That's not," Logan stopped. Looked at Strange. "Did you tell him about the mountain?" It came up, Strange said blandly. Harry signaled the bartender, and the evening settled into something that was not quite celebration and not quite briefing but the warm specific space between them that had no other name, and the fire went, and the mold something smelled of spice and coming winter, and outside Hogsmeade was quiet under a sky so clear that the stars looked like they'd been placed deliberately, and Harry sat between two people who'd walked into a cupboard under the stairs 7 years ago and walked out with everything, and he felt the thing he always felt in moments like this, solid, certain, rooted in a way that nothing and no one had managed to touch. He was ready. Thursday came grey and sharp. Harry went through his day without visible difference: potions, transfiguration, lunch, herbology, the ordinary machinery of Hogwarts turning as it always did. He told Ron and Hermione that evening that there was a thing he needed to do alone. Hermione looked at him. Quirrell. Yes. Tonight. Yes. She held his eyes for a moment, reading, and then her expression did what it did when she'd assessed a situation completely and come down on a decision. Come back, she said. Obviously, Harry said. Ron looked at the fire, then back. Do you need? No. Thank you. Ron nodded once, the clean nod of someone who understood and respected the boundary. We'll be awake, he said. At 10:50 Harry moved through the castle alone. He'd mapped the patrol routes in October, had been refining the map for 6 weeks, knew the corridors the way he knew the Sanctum, as a space with habits and preferences, places that wanted to be quiet, places that moved and shifted under specific conditions. The castle moved for him sometimes, the same way it had opened the side door in September, and tonight 2 shortcuts presented themselves that Harry was fairly certain weren't on any student map. He took them. The 3rd floor corridor was locked, officially, by Filch's padlock and the institutional alert that the key in Harry's pocket would silence. He paused outside it, feeling forward with his magic the way Strange had taught him, testing the air on the other side, reading what was there. 3-headed dog, behind the first door. He could feel its weight and the particular bestial warmth of a large sleeping thing. He could also feel the music charm Dumbledore had keyed to the door itself, which would keep it sleeping. He pressed through the first obstacle with the silent, focused competence of someone who'd been taught to assess a threat before engaging it, and to engage only what required engaging. The devil's snare was already half wilted, someone had been through here before him and dealt with it badly, burning rather than using light. Quirrell. Tonight then, not in the future. Tonight. He moved faster. The winged keys room he solved in under a minute, the logic of it immediate, the oldest key, the one with the bent wing, the one that didn't quite match. He didn't need a broom. He extended one hand, let the claws come out 3/4, felt the Darkhold element in his magic reach for the key's enchantment the way it reached for all structured magic, looking for the thread, the point of leverage, and the key dropped neatly into his palm, wings beating against his closed fingers. The chess set was already scattered. Pieces moved aside or knocked away. Someone had come through at speed, brute force. He stepped over the wreckage. The troll room was empty. The troll, unconscious, in a corner. Large. Recently rendered so by something cold and precise. The potions room, Snape's logic puzzle. The bottles laid out, the flames, the black and purple barriers at either end. Quirrell had solved it, one bottle was empty. Harry looked at the riddle, confirmed the answer in about 90 seconds, took the appropriate bottle, and moved through. The last room. The mirror of Eriste stood in the center of it, tall and ornate, the inscription carved around its frame, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. Harry had read the reversal at age 9. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Quirrell was standing in front of it. He had his hands raised, his turban off, and he was turning his head back and forth between his reflection and the actual air in front of him with the specific desperate frustration of someone who can see what they want and cannot reach it. His reflection held the stone. His hands were empty. He was making small, frantic sounds. Harry walked into the room. Quirrell spun around. His face, Quirrell's face, was the face of someone past hope, past pretense, the mask entirely gone. His eyes were red-rimmed and wild, the host pushed almost entirely aside, and Harry could feel the passenger now, close and cold and very aware. "Potter," Quirrell said, and it was not quite Quirrell's voice. Something else moved underneath it, resonant and thin. "Quirrell," Harry said pleasantly. The professor, the thing wearing the professor, tilted its head. "You're not afraid?" "No. You should be." But there was something in the voice that was curious. Analyzing. The passenger was seeing Harry properly for the first time. Not through photographs, not through second-hand information, but directly, and Harry could feel the reassessment happening, could feel the cold intelligence behind Quirrell's eyes working through what it was seeing. "Look in the mirror," Harry said. "Go on." "I have looked, look again. And tell me what you see." A pause. Quirrell, Voldemort, turned back to the mirror with the jerkiness of something uncertain. Harry moved forward, not rushing, not creeping, just walking at a natural pace, while Quirrell looked in the mirror. Harry looked in the mirror too. It showed him Logan, standing behind him. Strange, beside Logan. His mother's face, he recognized it from photographs, Lily Potter's green eyes exactly like his, exact, and behind her his father, glasses and dark hair. All of them, behind him, together, the impossible family that had grown up in a sanctum on Bleecker Street and a wilderness in Canada. And in his own reflected hand, the stone. He didn't feel it until it happened, the stone dropping into his actual palm with the warm certainty of the mirror's enchantment finding his desire clean and untangled. He closed his hand around it. The claws came out fractionally, automatic, and the Darkhold gold in them pulsed once, and he turned away from the mirror. "Give me that." Quirrell moved fast, faster than his deteriorated state should have allowed, the passenger driving the body past its limits. Harry sidestepped, clean and practiced, Logan's 7 years in his feet and hips, and Quirrell's reaching hand caught his arm instead of his wrist. The contact was significant. The Darkhold framework in Harry's magic responded to Voldemort's presence the way the framework always responded to dark, structured magic, it reached for the thread. And Voldemort's hold on Quirrell, the specific binding that kept the passenger attached to the host, was exactly the kind of structured magic the Darkhold element was made to unravel. Harry felt it start before he had time to direct it. He let it run. Quirrell screamed. The scream was two sounds, Quirrell's terror and something older underneath it, high and wordless, the sound of a structure failing. Harry kept his arm where it was, maintained contact, because this was working and working efficiently and the Darkhold's unraveling needed physical proximity to sustain itself. He watched Quirrell's face and felt the passenger losing its grip, strand by strand, the cold intelligence retracting, scrabbling for purchase on a host it had spent a year consuming and was now being peeled from. "Potter," the voice that came out of Quirrell's mouth was pure Voldemort now, not even the pretense of a host, cold and furious and, underneath the fury, Harry identified it clearly, frightened. "What are you, what is that, Darkhold?" Harry said. "Quiet. Informational. It dissolves bindings." "That's, a hiss, a recoil, that's not, children don't, what are you, I told you you had the wrong information about me," Harry said. A sound came out of Quirrell's mouth that Harry filed under Voldemort encountering something outside his models and responding badly. The dark presence wrenched itself hard, one final attempt to maintain the binding, and the clawpoints of gold-black light at Harry's knuckles flared bright enough to throw shadows up the stone walls, and Quirrell collapsed. Harry stepped back. Let the contact break. Stood in the center of the room with the stone in his closed fist and the claws retracting slowly, the Darkhold element settling back to its quiet baseline hum. Quirrell was on the floor. Breathing, but only just. The host damage was severe, he'd need significant medical attention. Harry looked at him with the clear-eyed, untroubled assessment of someone who had prepared for this outcome and arrived at it on schedule. Something moved through the room that wasn't quite air and wasn't quite sound, a cold outward movement, a dispersal. Harry felt it pass through him and felt the scar on his forehead flare once, just once, sharp and clear as a struck match, and then go quiet. Voldemort's presence was gone. Not destroyed. Not yet. But gone from here, and sufficiently unraveled that it would take time, significant time, to reconstitute at the level it had occupied before. He'd lost the host. He'd lost his proximity to the stone. He'd encountered something in Harry that his decade of information hadn't predicted, and that encounter would have cost him clarity and structure. Enough. For now, enough. Harry walked back through the obstacles, not hurrying. The chess pieces had reassembled themselves in his absence. The key was back in the air, bent wing and all. He moved through each room with the steady, unhurried quality of someone who had done what they came to do and was returning to ordinary life. He came out of the third-floor corridor at 11:20, locked it behind him, pocketed the key. He pressed the mirror shard once, twice. The all-clear pattern. Then the successful pattern, 4 presses, that he and Strange had established on the 1st of September. The return came immediately, not Strange's warmth this time but something more urgent, more specific. Logan's single press, the one that meant I know, I'm here, come home. Harry put the mirror back against his chest and walked up toward Gryffindor Tower through a castle gone entirely quiet, the stone in his pocket and the claws retracted and the Darkhold element humming its quiet harmony in the base of his bones. He told Dumbledore everything, as promised. The meeting was the following morning, before breakfast. Dumbledore sat across the desk from him and listened without interruption for 20 minutes, and when Harry finished Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. The phoenix on its perch made a small, low sound. The instrument's word. Quirrell is in the hospital wing, Dumbledore said. He'll recover. Partially. He looked at Harry. The binding damage to the host, that wasn't something I anticipated. It wasn't what I intended either, Harry said. The Darkhold element moves faster than direct control sometimes. And Voldemort, dispersed. Not gone. Set back significantly. Harry met the old man's eyes. He'll try again. In a different way, at a different time. The stone being gone removes the immediate mechanism. But the underlying problem persists, Dumbledore said. Yes. He looked at Harry with the same expression from the night before, uncomplicated, direct. You said the Darkhold element in your magic is something you've worked with for 7 years. Yes. Strange doing. Harry neither confirmed nor denied. Dumbledore accepted this. There is a fragment of Voldemort's soul, Dumbledore said, carefully, in your scar. You know this. Yes. The Darkhold, I know, Harry said. I've been thinking about it for a year. He looked at the desk between them. It's not ready yet. The technique that would address it without the necessary cost that I believe you had in mind, I'm still building it. He looked up. I'll get there. Dumbledore looked at him with something that cracked, just slightly, in the blue eyes. The thing he'd been carrying. 10 years of it. Harry, when the time comes, Harry said quietly, it'll be my decision. Not the prophecies, not yours. Mine. He met the old man's eyes. I'm not angry with you. I want you to know that. For the Dursleys, for all of it. I was. But I'm not now. He paused. What you built here, this school, what you've tried to do for people, it matters. You matter. I just need you to understand that so do I. The silence in the office was very long. The fire crackled. Outside the tall windows the November sky went on, grey and clean and enormous. Yes, Dumbledore said finally. You do. He said it like someone who had made a mistake and was not going to pretend otherwise and was not going to let it happen again, and Harry received it as exactly that, and they sat with it together for a moment, the extraordinary old man and the impossible boy, and outside the castle Hogwarts went on being itself. Harry went down to breakfast. Chapter 5, What Logan taught me, the hospital wing in December smelled of potions and cold stone and the specific antiseptic quality of Madame Pomfrey's personal standards, which were exacting in the way of someone who'd spent 40 years watching students injure themselves through a combination of curiosity and inadequate caution. Harry had been in here twice, once in October after a Quidditch practice where a bludger had clipped him at an angle that technically should have been more damaging and wasn't, which Madame Pomfrey had noted with a slight narrowing of her eyes and a decision not to ask, and once now, the morning after the third-floor corridor, brought in not as a patient but as the person who delivered one. Quirrell was behind the curtained section at the far end. Madame Pomfrey had sealed it with privacy charms that were professional and thorough and that Harry could read through regardless because the Darkhold element in his magic treated privacy charms as information rather than barriers. What they told him was that Quirrell was breathing steadily and the host damage was significant but not fatal, which was what he'd assessed the night before and was good to confirm. He sat in the chair beside the curtained section anyway. Not for Quirrell specifically. Quirrell had made his choices and would live with the consequences of them, and Harry had no particular feelings about that beyond a measured acknowledgement that the man had been used and weakened and had ultimately been a tool rather than an agent. What Harry was sitting with was the other thing, the way the Darkhold element had moved last night, faster than his direction, peeling the binding off Quirrell with a momentum that had felt, for about 4 seconds, like something other than his own intention. Not out of control. Not precisely. But adjacent to it. He sat with that for a while. Madame Pomfrey found him there at 7 in the morning and told him firmly and not unkindly that the hospital wing was not a sitting room and he should go have breakfast. He went. Ron and Hermione were both already at the Gryffindor table when he arrived, which meant they'd been there since the hall opened, which meant they'd been awake most of the night. They looked at him with the focused attention of people who'd spent several hours managing the specific anxiety of waiting for information they couldn't do anything about. Harry sat down, took toast, poured tea, and said, "It's done." Hermione let out a breath so controlled it barely registered. Ron's shoulders dropped approximately an inch. Harry watched both of them recalibrate and felt something that he didn't name but recognized, the warmth of being people who waited for you. Quirrell? Hermione asked. Hospital wing. He'll recover. Voldemort? Gone from here. Dispersed. Harry took a bite of toast. The stone is with Dumbledore. He's already arranged its transfer. He paused. It worked. Ron looked at his plate, then back up. You're not, you seem very calm. I'm fine. You stopped Voldemort last night. Yes. And you're having toast. Excellent toast, Harry said. Slightly burnt on the left edge. I prefer it. Ron stared at him. Then laughed, short and genuine, the laugh of someone whose tension had found an exit point. Hermione looked between the two of them and her expression was the specific fond exasperation she wore when she decided not to push on something that was clearly fine. The details, she said. Later. Later, Harry confirmed. What he didn't tell them, not because he was hiding it, but because he was still working through it himself, was the moment in the mirror room when the Darkhold element had run ahead of him. He'd replayed it 6 times before breakfast, turning it in his memory with the methodical attention Logan had taught him, not to avoid the difficult thing but to look at it precisely, understand its shape, refuse the comfortable lie of it was fine. It was fine. And it was also something he needed to tell Strange. He used the mirror at lunch, in an empty charms classroom, the door held shut with a simple locking charm. Strange answered immediately. Harry had the impression he'd been watching the glass since last night's confirmation, which Strange would never admit but which his answering speed consistently revealed. The Darkhold moved faster than I directed, Harry said, without preamble. Last night. In the final room. Strange's face in the glass was very still. How much faster? About 4 seconds of independent momentum before I caught up to it. Harry looked at the classroom wall, then back. It didn't go anywhere I wouldn't have taken it. But it moved first. Strange was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice had the specific careful quality of a teacher who is concealing how concerned he is in order not to catastrophize a student's own assessment. Was it responsive when you caught up? Did it bring itself back under direction? Yes. Immediately. It wasn't a loss of control. More like, Harry searched for the word, like a very fast horse. It knew where we were going and went ahead. That's a reasonable analogy, Strange said, and also exactly the description I'd expect from someone who is 11 and has been working with Darkhold elements for 7 years and whose framework is now encountering the specific category of magic it was originally designed to interact with. He paused. Voldemort's soul binding is old and dark and exactly what the Darkhold element is built to dissolve. It responded to type. Like calling to like, Harry said. More like a key finding its specific lock. The Darkhold element recognized what it was for. Strange looked at him through the glass. This is going to happen again. When you encounter Voldemort's other anchors, the remaining Horcruxes, the framework will respond this way. Faster. More independently. I know, Harry said. I need to train for that specifically. Yes, Strange agreed. Over the summer. We'll work on it properly. Harry nodded. Then, there's something else. Strange waited. When it dispersed, Voldemort leaving Quirrell, it passed through me. And the scar, Harry touched his forehead, not the reflex of someone in pain but the deliberate touch of someone taking inventory, it responded. Just once. Like a signal going both directions at once. Strange's expression moved. The soul fragment. It felt like, it recognized him leaving. Like two parts of the same thing noticing each other for a second. Harry held Strange's sighs. It wasn't painful. But it was loud. Loud, Strange repeated. Here. Harry tapped his temple. Just once. Then quiet. That's the resonance, Strange said, after a moment. When a Horcrux is proximate to its source, there's a harmonic. You felt it before in smaller ways, you just didn't have context for it. He was thinking, Harry could see the calculation running. The fragment in your scar isn't going to become a problem in the short term. It's dormant. Voldemort is too dispersed to activate it remotely right now. A pause. But Harry. I know, Harry said. Summer. Properly. Before second year, Strange said, with the firmness of someone stating a non-negotiable. Whatever the solution is, we find it before second year. Agreed. He ended the connection and sat in the empty classroom for a moment, the charms desks around him still bearing the chalk marks from the morning's lesson, levitation theory written on the board in Flitwick's small precise hand. Outside, the lunch hour was running down, students beginning to move back through corridors, and Harry sat in the middle of it and thought about the scar on his forehead and the thing it contained, and then he got up and went to Transfiguration. The last 3 weeks of term went in the specific accelerating way of the period before Christmas, the castle filling with the anticipatory quality of a large thing about to exhale. Harry watched Quirrell's empty chair at the staff table with the private knowledge that the chair would be empty for some time and the further knowledge that whoever sat in it next year would require close attention from the first day. He watched Dumbledore, who was watching Harry back in a way that had changed since their conversation, less the calculating attention of someone managing a variable and more the complicated attention of someone learning to see a person they thought they understood. Harry watched Snape. Who had, as predicted, recalibrated. November had ended and December begun and Snape's approach to Harry in class had shifted from the aggressive testing of the first weeks to something that was more architectural. He asked Harry harder questions now. Set him more demanding work. His criticism was specific and technical rather than dismissive, the criticism of someone who decided the student was worth the precision. Harry received it the way he received Logan's most exacting corrections, as respect, offered in the specific language of someone who didn't express respect any other way. They'd had no personal conversation. They didn't need one yet. Harry could wait. He wrote to Logan. Long letters, longer than the situation technically required, about Hogwarts and the castle and Neville's increasingly impressive herbology work and Ron's chess, and the way the enchanted ceiling reflected the actual weather outside which he'd tested twice to confirm. He wrote the way Logan talked, without a great deal of obvious emotion, with a great deal of careful detail, in the language of someone for whom precise observation was how you showed that you'd been paying attention, and paying attention was how you showed that you cared. Logan wrote back in short, efficient paragraphs that said very little and contained everything. Harry read them twice and kept them. Strange sent books. He always sent books. Harry had run out of shelf space in October and had started building a secondary stack under his bed, which Hermione had noticed and approved of and Ron had suggested might be structurally unsound. Neville had started sitting with Harry in the library. This had begun organically. Harry had been there, Neville had been there, and Harry had looked up from his book and seen Neville wrestling with a herbology essay that was clearly fighting back, and had said 2 sentences about the growth stasis properties of the plant in question that had visibly reorganized Neville's entire approach to the paragraph he'd been stuck on. Neville had looked up from the essay with an expression of such genuine relief and gratitude that Harry had felt something settle, the recognition of someone who'd been waiting a long time to be helped correctly. They studied together after that. Harry didn't do Neville's work for him, which he suspected previous helpers had done in the guise of assistance, but asked questions that moved Neville toward the answers himself, and Neville, it turned out, was not bad at herbology at all. He was excellent at herbology. What he was bad at was believing he was excellent at it, which was a different problem and one Harry had opinions about. You knew that, Harry said one evening, after Neville had correctly identified the specific propagation cycle of a complex magical plant in the time it took Harry to look up the text to confirm his own answer. Before I asked you. Neville looked at his notes. I thought I knew it. There's a difference between thinking you know something and thinking your knowing doesn't count, Harry said. You were right. That's different from lucky. Neville was quiet for a moment. My gran thinks I'm not. She says I'm not a natural like my dad. Harry looked at him steadily. Who told your gran that being a natural was the most important thing? No answer. But something shifted in Neville's expression, a small tectonic thing, a plate moving a millimeter. You identify the plant faster than I can look it up, Harry said. In a real situation, that's worth more than theoretical memorization. He went back to his book. You're better than you've been told. Neville looked at his notes for a long time. Then he started writing his essay, and the writing had a different quality to it, not confident exactly, but the absence of the specific apology that had been embedded in his handwriting before, the slight shrinking of the letters that meant the writer was preparing to be wrong. Harry noticed. Said nothing. Turned a page. The last day of term before Christmas break, Dumbledore summoned him again. This time the office felt different. Less formal, more lived in somehow, like the space had adjusted to the specific quality of their second conversation. The Phoenix was on its perch and acknowledged Harry with a tilt of its head that felt more familiar than the first time. Harry sat down without being invited, which he'd done the first time too and which Dumbledore had received without comment. You're staying at Hogwarts over Christmas, Dumbledore said. No, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. I understood you had no, I'm going home, Harry said. For Christmas. A pause. The home was a specific word. Dumbledore heard it. Of course, he said, and he said it with something that was not quite resignation and not quite acceptance, a position somewhere between them that was new territory for a man who had been making other people's arrangements for decades. I hope you have a good holiday. I'll come back in January, Harry said. Second term. Same arrangement. Yes, Dumbledore said. Same arrangement. They looked at each other across the desk. Harry thought, not for the first time, that Dumbledore was genuinely mourning something, not him specifically, but the version of this story that had made more sense, that had proceeded more predictably, that had had a shape he could manage. The loss of the narrative he'd been running for a decade was written in the old man's face in a way that was, unexpectedly, rather human. Next year, Harry said, because the conversation had earned it, there will be new things. New threats. I don't know the specific shape yet. Nor do I, Dumbledore said, which Harry believed. When I do, I'll tell you what I can. Dumbledore looked at him with the blue eyes that had a decade of weight in them. That's more than I expected, he said quietly. I know, Harry said. But you've been honest with me since Thursday, and I don't have infinite patience for games when the direct version works just as well. Something crossed Dumbledore's face, surprise, and then, remarkably, something that functioned like amusement. You are very much not what I expected, he said again. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. He paused. Whoever raised you, they did extraordinary work. Harry stood. Looked at Dumbledore with the clear, uncomplicated regard of someone who says exactly what they mean. Yes, he said. They did. He went home for Christmas. The portal opened in the Gryffindor common room at 6 in the morning on December 23rd, which was technically not allowed and which Harry had arranged with Strange in advance and which the Hogwarts wards received with the resigned tolerance of a very old building that had learned to accommodate the Sorcerer Supreme's travel methods. It was a small portal, neat and circular, and Harry stepped through it with his trunk shrunken in his jacket pocket and came out into the Sanctum's kitchen. Logan was standing at the counter with coffee, exactly as Harry had seen him approximately 8,000 times, and he turned when Harry stepped through the portal and his expression did the thing it did in these moments, the brief unguarded thing, the actual feeling before the control, which Harry had learned to look for and always found and never mentioned out loud. Hey, Logan said. Hey, Harry said. Logan crossed the kitchen and pulled him in, one arm around his shoulders, the specific grip that said everything Logan didn't say in words, and Harry leaned into it the same way he had at 11 and 15 and 9 and 7, because this was the gesture that had meant I'm here and you're safe and nothing changes this since he was 4 years old and it had never become less. Good. Logan said. Good, Harry said. Logan held on for a second longer than usual, which Harry registered and didn't remark on. Then he stepped back and said, Strange made breakfast, in the tone of someone providing tactical information. Strange made breakfast, Harry repeated. Don't say it like that. He's been practicing. Harry looked at the table where a stack of pancakes sat in a configuration that was geometrically perfect and slightly intimidating. They looked like he measured them. He absolutely measured them. They smell good though. They're fantastic. He's insufferable about it. Strange appeared in the kitchen doorway with 2 mugs, already dressed, his hair slightly less architecturally precise than usual, which was Strange's version of casual, and he looked at Harry with the expression he wore on these arrivals, the one that had all of the things in it that Strange expressed sideways, the relief, the gladness, the thing that had been called Uncle for 2 years now and had settled into that name with the deep ease of something that had always been true. You're early, Strange said. Portal runs on my schedule, Harry said. That's not how portals, Strange stopped. You look well. I am well. Strange handed him a mug. Sit down. There's a great deal to discuss. After pancakes, Logan said. The pancakes are part of, after pancakes, Harry said, and sat down, and Strange looked between Harry and Logan with the expression of someone outnumbered and choosing, this once, to find it acceptable. They ate. The pancakes were extraordinary. Strange was insufferable about it for approximately 4 minutes, which was restrained by his standards. Christmas at the Sanctum was, Christmas at the Sanctum. It didn't look like the Christmases Harry had read about in books or observed from the outside of Privet Drive, where the lights went up in November and the decorations were a performance of normality for the neighborhood's benefit. The Sanctum's Christmas was more specific. Strange found a tree somewhere in the building that appeared to have been there since the 1800s and decorated it with objects that were primarily artifacts of unclear magical provenance, several of which glowed, one of which rotated slowly and appeared to contain a small weather system. Logan bought things, presents, wrapped in the straightforward way of someone for whom wrapping was a task rather than an art, and put them under the tree without ceremony. Harry made food, because he'd taught himself to cook at 8 in the Sanctum's kitchen when he decided that relying on Strange's cookbook and Logan's canned goods was insufficient. He made dinner on Christmas Eve, which was a tradition that had started at age 9 and was now non-negotiable. Strange nominally helped and actually provided running commentary on technique that was occasionally useful and frequently irrelevant. Logan sat at the kitchen table with a beer and offered no commentary whatsoever, which was its own form of help. They ate at the kitchen table, not the formal dining room Strange occasionally tried to mobilize. The kitchen table was where they ate, had always been, the three of them arranged around it with the settled familiarity of people who'd long since stopped needing to perform their own dynamic. Harry told them about the term. All of it, Snape's recalibration, Neville in the library, Malfoy's ongoing navigation of his own honesty, Ron's chess, Hermione's nose, the specific texture of Dumbledore's change between the first conversation and the last. He talked with the detail of someone who'd been storing it up, not because he hadn't used the mirror but because the mirror was updates and this was the real version, the full version, the one that included the things he'd been sitting with rather than acting on. Logan listened in the way he listened, completely, with the specific quality of attention he gave things he considered important, which was everything Harry said. Strange asked questions. Good ones, the questions that moved through Harry's account looking for the load-bearing points, the places where the logic held or didn't, the moments that would matter later. Harry answered them honestly, including the part about the Darkhold moving ahead of him in the mirror room. Strange had already known about that from the mirror conversation, but hearing it again in the full account, Strange's expression was the careful expression of someone who had been thinking about the problem for 3 weeks and now had more context for what he'd been thinking about. The summer work needs to start early, Strange said. March, maybe. Easter break, Harry said. Earlier. March, Harry said, is fine. I have the outline of the isolation technique. I've been refining it. Strange looked at him. Show me after dinner. Logan looked between the two of them. The thing in the scar. Yes, Harry said. Logan put down his fork. He looked at Harry with the direct, undeflected attention that Logan used when something mattered more than the comfort of indirect approach. Tell me where you are with it, he said. Not the technique. You. Harry looked at the table for a moment. Then back up. He'd prepared to answer this. Or thought he had, and discovered now that preparation and the moment weren't the same thing, because Logan's eyes had a quality in them that bypassed the prepared version. I know what it requires, Harry said. What the solution probably requires. Which is a separation between the fragment and the rest of my magic. The Darkhold element might be able to isolate it the way it isolated the binding last month, find the thread, pull it loose. He paused. Strange thinks that might work cleanly. Without, the other thing. The other thing, Logan repeated. Dumbledore's version involves me dying, Harry said. Clear and flat and informational. The fragment is protected by being inside a living magical host. His theory is that the fragment has to be exposed by the host being killed and revived. Like the killing curse's original function inverted. The kitchen was very quiet. Logan's face was still. Very still, the specific stillness that meant the opposite of stillness, that meant something large was being held in tight containment by a person very practiced at containment. He told you this, Logan said. Not directly. I read it in his files. Harry met his father's eyes. Strange's version doesn't require that. The Darkhold isolation is different. It's direct surgery, basically, rather than blowing up the building to remove the problem. And you believe Strange's version works, Logan said. I believe we'll know more after the summer work. Harry paused. I believe it's possible. I believe it's worth pursuing before we accept Dumbledore's version as inevitable. He looked at Logan steadily. I'm not planning to die. That's not, Logan stopped. His jaw worked. That's not a plan. That's a preference. It's also the result I'm working toward. Harry, I know, Harry said. I know how this lands. I've been sitting with it for months and I know how it lands. He put his hand flat on the table, the gesture Strange used when he was grounding an argument in something physical. But panicking about it doesn't help me. Building the technique that prevents it does. That's where I'm putting the energy. Logan looked at him for a long time. Something moved through his face, the complicated specific thing, the feeling that Harry had watched Logan carry for 7 years without ever being able to fully reach, the thing that had to do with loving people and losing them and the impossible arithmetic of that. Logan's losses went back a very long time. Harry knew the general shape of them, not all the specifics, but enough. I need a minute, Logan said, and stood up and walked out of the kitchen. Strange and Harry sat with the silence. Outside, Bleecker Street moved in its December night way, the city's sounds muffled by cold air and the Sanctum's particular insulation against the ordinary world. He'll be back, Strange said, which wasn't reassurance so much as observation. I know, Harry said. He's not, Strange stopped, reorganizing. He knows you're capable. He knows you can handle it. This isn't about doubting your capability. I know what it's about, Harry said. He loves me and the prospect of losing me it's the part he hasn't finished making peace with. He looked at the kitchen door. Neither of us has finished making peace with it. But I'm 11 and he's been alive for, Harry gestured vaguely, a very long time, and his whole history is people he loves not making it. Strange looked at his plate. Yes. So it's going to take him a minute, Harry said. That's fine. That's allowed. He looked at Strange. You're doing the same thing, by the way. You're just better at hiding it. Strange opened his mouth. Closed it. I'm not, you asked me to show you the isolation technique after dinner. For academic, Stephen. Strange looked at him. Then, quietly, yes. I know, Harry said. It's all right. I'm not going anywhere. Logan came back 12 minutes later. He came back the way he always came back from the moments when the feeling was too large, quiet, settled, nothing performed about the settling. He sat down. He looked at Harry. If Dumbledore's version is the only version, he said, we need to know that early. Not when you're standing in a corridor somewhere and the situation decides for you. Agreed, Harry said. So the summer work is real. The summer work is real. And Strange's technique is good, Strange said, with the precision of someone stating the limits of their own knowledge. It's promising. I believe it's viable. I won't be certain until we test the isolation component in a controlled way. He paused. I will not tell you it's certain when it isn't. I know, Logan said. That's why I'm asking you. He looked at Strange for a moment, the direct look, the one they exchanged in the specific register of two people who'd been making decisions about the same person for the same reason for a very long time. We figure it out before he goes back. Yes, Strange said. No matter what it takes. No matter what it takes, Strange confirmed. Harry looked at both of them. Then he picked up his fork and finished his dinner, and Strange refilled his mug, and Logan sat back in his chair with the quality of a man who has looked at a difficult thing squarely and made a decision about it, and the kitchen was warm and the city was cold outside and the sanctum breathed around them with its old, enormous, slightly eccentric presence. Later that night Harry was in the sitting room, the one with the deep sofa and the bookshelves, the room where he'd slept the first night, 7 years ago. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the sofa, working through the isolation technique in his mind, the theoretical framework he'd been building since October, feeling along the edges of it the way you felt along the edge of a piece of writing to check for loose ends. His claws were out, the thinking habit, the meditative extension that he'd developed so gradually he didn't remember when it had started. Logan came in and sat on the floor beside him. They sat in silence for a while. The lamp in the corner cast warm light. The books around them held their particular quality of accumulated presence, years of strange thinking organized into spines. "I need to tell you something," Harry said. Logan looked at the middle distance. "Yeah. When I stood in front of the mirror. The mirror of Erist." Harry looked at his hands, the gold-black claws extending from them. "It showed me what I wanted most." "What did it show you?" "You," Harry said. "And Strange. And," he paused, "and my parents, behind you. All of you, together." He turned his head to look at Logan. "And I want you to know that the order is right. You and Strange first. And then them." He held Logan's eyes. "I know who my family is. I'm not confused about it." Logan was quiet for a long moment. "I think about them," Harry said. "Lily and James. I think about who they were and what they chose and what it cost them. And I feel things about them. Real things." He kept his voice even and honest. "But they didn't raise me. They didn't run in the cold at 6 in the morning with me or teach me to track deer or sit in the dark when I asked them to stay." He paused. "You did. You both did. And the mirror knew it." Logan put his arm around Harry and pulled him in, the same grip as always, and Harry leaned into it and they sat together in the lamplight with the city outside and the future somewhere ahead and all the complicated work still to be done, and it was quiet, and it was sufficient, and it was home. "I was scared," Harry said, into the comfortable quiet. Logan's arm tightened slightly. "Yeah. Not of Voldemort. Not of the mirror room or the Darkhold running ahead of me or any of the strategic things." Harry was quiet for a moment. "I was scared of losing this. You and Strange. I was scared that the story was going to take me somewhere where I couldn't, where this," he stopped. "I know," Logan said. "It was only for a second. And then I got it under control. But it was there." "Good," Logan said. Harry looked up at him. "Good. Means you know what you're fighting for." Logan's voice was rough and certain. "That's not weakness. That's the point." He looked at Harry with the directness of someone who had something to say and had been deciding how to say it and had decided to say it plainly. "I've been alive a long time. I've fought for a lot of things and lost a lot of things, and the ones that nearly broke me weren't the ones where I was scared. They were the ones where I stopped having something to be scared for." Harry absorbed this. "You're scared because it matters," Logan said. "Let it matter. Just don't let it stop you." Harry looked at the fire, the warm shifting light of it. "You've been telling me that since I was 7. You keep needing to hear it." "Yeah," Harry said. "I do." Logan kept his arm around him. Harry kept his head against his shoulder. The fire went and the city went and the sanctum breathed its old, warm breath, and neither of them moved for a long time. Strange found them there an hour later when he came in looking for a specific book on the third shelf, and he took one look at the scene and made a very controlled decision about what to do with his face, which was nothing, and found his book in approximately 4 seconds and left. And in the hallway outside the sitting room he stood for a moment with the book in his hands and something in his chest that had expanded past the borders of what he usually allowed things to take up. He went to his study and worked on the isolation technique until 2 in the morning, because this was also how Strange said the important things, in the hours he spent, the care he brought, the problem he refused to stop working on until it was solved. Christmas morning was early and cold and perfect. Harry made eggs. Strange produced the pancakes again, this time with a studied casualness that fooled no one. Logan had apparently gone out at some point in the early morning. Harry heard him come back in at 6, the specific sound of the sanctum's front door settling, and returned with something that he put under the tree without explanation. They opened presents at the kitchen table, because that was where they were and the kitchen table was correct. Strange gave Harry 3 books and a new ward stone, this one keyed more precisely to his magical signature with improvements Strange had been working on since September. Harry gave Strange a journal that he'd had made specifically, blank pages of a particular magical paper that Strange had mentioned once, in passing, as ideal for certain kinds of spell theory notation. Strange turned it in his hands and looked at it with the expression of a man pretending to be purely analytical about a gift that had required very close attention to obtain. Logan gave Harry a knife. A good one, not decorative, not ceremonial, working tool, perfect weight and balance, the handle made from some dark wood Harry didn't recognize that fit his hand as though it had been measured for it, which it had. He looked at it, felt the weight, ran his thumb along the flat of the blade. Perfect, he said. New work, Logan said. Your hands are bigger now. You had it made. Someone I know makes good blades. Harry looked at him. Thank you. Logan shrugged, which was how Logan said you're welcome and also of course and also it's nothing, it was always going to be yours. Harry had something for Logan too. He'd been working on it since October, in secret, in the spaces between everything else. He put it on the table between them, a small, flat thing, carved from wood and inlaid with fine metal work that was not quite conventional and had required 3 attempts and 1 consultation with a Camartage craftsman through Strange's network. An object that existed in the space between a talisman and a compass, a piece of his own magic, the Darkhold gold threads of it, set permanently into the wood and metal so that wherever Logan was, if he pressed it once, Harry would feel it. So you always know I'm here, Harry said. And I know you are. Logan looked at it for a long time. Then he picked it up and turned it in his hands, the scarred hands that had torn a padlock off a cupboard door 7 years ago, and his face was, Logan's face, doing what Logan's face did in the moments when the feeling was bigger than the containment strategy, the slight lines around his eyes, the jaw that worked once. He put the talisman in his inside jacket pocket, against his chest. Said nothing. It was enough. They spent the rest of Christmas Day in the particular way of people who don't need to fill the time with noise, reading, talking when it was natural, moving through the sanctum with the easy familiarity of people who'd learned each other's gravitational fields. In the afternoon Harry and Logan sparred in the sanctum's practice room, properly, the full version, which was not a polished display of technique but a real conversation in the language they'd built together over a decade, fast and instinctual and joyful in the specific way that genuine physical competence expressing itself was joyful. Harry's claws came out halfway through, which they'd been doing in sparring since he was 8, and the claws changed the geometry of it, the gold-black lines and the reach they added and the way the Darkhold element gave him a slight edge sense, a quarter-second of the fight arriving before it arrived. Logan moved around it with the long experience of someone who'd been adapting to his own claws for the better part of a century and knew how to fight someone who had them. They went for an hour. When they stopped, Harry's heart was running fast and clean and the world had the sharp clarity it always had after genuine physical effort, and Logan was sitting against the wall of the practice room looking at Harry with the expression that was satisfaction and something deeper, something that had no name but was the through line of everything. Second year, Logan said. Second year. What do we know about it? Harry sat down against the opposite wall, catching his breath. Dumbledore doesn't know yet. The threat isn't clear. There's something in the wizarding world's history about a chamber, Slytherin's chamber, within the school. I've found references in the historical texts. Something was opened once before, 50 years ago. People were petrified. He paused. I think it's coming again. The Horcrux connection? Possibly. The timing of Voldemort's remaining anchors, Harry looked at the ceiling, thinking, there may be one at Hogwarts. Something old. I need more time in the library. Hermione Granger, Logan said. You trust her? Yes. Completely. Then use her. I intend to. Harry looked at him. I'll need to tell her more. About Strange, about the full picture. She'll want to know and she'll handle it correctly and she'll be more useful when she has the real information. Logan nodded. Your call. Ron too. Not all at once. But more. They're good kids, Logan said. They're extraordinary, Harry said, and meant it. Ron thinks 3 moves ahead and pretends he doesn't. Hermione processes faster than anyone I've met at Hogwarts, including teachers. And Neville, he paused, Neville's going to be something. I don't know what yet. But he will be. Logan looked at him. You're building something. Harry looked back at him steadily. Yes. Good, Logan said. The single word with all its weight. Harry stood up, rolled his shoulders, felt the easy movement of a body well trained and comfortable in its own architecture. He looked at his hands, the claws retracted now, the knuckles smooth and unmarked. The talisman he'd made Logan sat against Logan's chest in that jacket pocket. The mirror shard sat against his own. The isolation technique sat in his mind, incomplete but promising, the edges of it becoming clearer every time he examined them. I'm not afraid of it, Harry said, of no specific thing and all of it simultaneously. Second year, the chamber, the Horcruxes, all of it. I'm not afraid. I know, Logan said. But I was glad to come home, Harry said. For Christmas. For this. He looked at Logan with the direct, unguarded look, the one reserved for the kitchen table and the practice room floor and the sitting room at 2 in the morning. I needed this. Yeah, Logan said. So did I. Harry helped him up, and they walked back through the sanctum together, through the rooms that breathed and shifted and had been home for 7 years, toward the kitchen where Strange was almost certainly making something unnecessarily elaborate for dinner and would be insufferable about it, and the city outside was cold and the Christmas lights on Bleecker Street were still going in the early dark, and Harry felt the talisman's warmth from Logan's pocket like a frequency he was always going to be able to find, wherever they were, whatever came next. He was ready for all of it. Chapter 6, The letter they never expected. January came back cold and certain, the way January always did, like a season that had given up on being liked and decided to simply be itself. Harry returned to Hogwarts on the 2nd, stepping through a portal that deposited him neatly in the same Gryffindor corridor it had taken him from, the sanctum's warmth still on his skin for exactly as long as it took the castle's stone chill to replace it. He stood in the corridor for a moment, feeling the castle reorient itself around him, the deep stone presence settling back into its familiar frequency, the particular quality of a 1,000-year-old building that had decided to pay attention. Then he shouldered his bag and went to find Ron and Hermione. They were already back. Ron had arrived an hour earlier from the Burrow and was still carrying the specific well-fed contentment of someone who'd spent Christmas in a house with 6 siblings and a mother who expressed love through food. Hermione had been back since New Year's Eve with the organized energy of someone who'd used the holiday to read 12 books that weren't on any curriculum and was ready to discuss all of them. They found a corner of the common room that was empty, which at 2 in the afternoon on the 2nd of January was most of it, and Harry told them. Not everything. The full picture as he understood it, Strange, who he was and what his connection to Harry was. The 7 years of training. The Darkhold element in Harry's magic and what it meant. The Horcruxes, what they were, what it meant that Voldemort had made them, what it meant that one was currently sitting in Harry's forehead. The soul fragment. The isolation technique and Strange's work on it. Dumbledore's version of the solution and why Harry had decided not to accept it as inevitable. He talked for 40 minutes. Hermione's expression moved through several distinct phases, surprise, rapid integration, deeper surprise at specific points, and then a focused, intense quality that was Hermione having fully received a large amount of information and beginning to process it at speed. Ron's expression moved through fewer phases, but the ones it moved through were more visibly significant, the shock of the Horcrux information landing, the jaw tightening at the part about Dumbledore's version, and something at the end that was quiet and settled and, Harry recognized, Ron deciding something. When Harry finished, they were both quiet for a moment. The scar, Hermione said. You've had it since you were 1 year old and it's been, yes, Harry said. And you've known since you were 10. Yes. And you've been, she stopped, organizing the feelings separately from the analysis, which Harry had watched her learn to do over the course of a term, you've been dealing with that information for a year. Alone. Not alone, Harry said. With Strange and Logan. But here, she said. At Hogwarts. This term. Yes. She looked at him for a moment with an expression that was not pity. Harry would have received pity badly and she knew it, but something more accurate. The expression of someone who had correctly understood a weight and was registering its dimensions. Right, she said. What do you need from us? It was exactly the right question. Harry felt something ease in him, slightly. Access to the restricted section, he said. There's a category of text on soul-anchoring magic that I need to cross-reference with the Horcrux theory. The library's restricted access is keyed to staff permission, and I'd rather not ask Dumbledore for it directly yet, not until I have a more complete framework. Slughorn, Hermione said immediately. He's not teaching here yet, but Dumbledore's been trying to bring him back. I read it in a letter McGonagall sent to a contact, which was technically on the notice board for staff so it wasn't private. She had the grace to look slightly caught, and Slughorn collects talented students. A note from you would get us access. I'd rather not use my name as currency, Harry said. Then use mine, she said. I got full marks on the last 3 charms assessments and Flitwick has been making noises about advanced independent study. I can request research access on academic grounds. Harry looked at her. That'll work. What else, she said. Parseltongue, Harry said. A pause. You speak Parseltongue, Ron said. He said it with the tone of someone who had just received a piece of information that explained several things that had been slightly confusing and was revising their model accordingly. I discovered it at 9, Harry said. There's a snake in the sanctum, Strange keeps it for reasons he's never fully explained, and one morning it talked to me and I talked back and Strange appeared in the doorway looking the way he looks when something important is happening. He paused. It's connected to the Horcrux, probably. The Parselmouth ability coming from the fragment of Voldemort's soul. He looked at the fire across the common room. Which is another reason to remove it cleanly. I'd rather the abilities I have be my own. Can you teach me? Ron asked. Harry looked at him. Parseltongue isn't teachable. It's not Parseltongue, Ron said. The other thing. What you do with languages generally. The way you pick things up. You learned the rudiments of Tibetan in 3 weeks, you told me. How? Harry looked at him for a moment. Then, you want to learn how to learn. Yeah, Ron said. Basically. Harry considered it. After dinner. I'll show you the method. Ron nodded, satisfied. He had the quality, Harry had come to understand over one term of watching him, of someone who had been told he wasn't particularly clever for long enough that he'd internalized it as fact, which was flatly inaccurate. Ron's intelligence was strategic and lateral and expressed itself most fluently in chess and in the reading of human systems, which were related things. The inaccurate self-assessment was Ron's real obstacle, not his capability, which was considerable. Harry had been chipping at the inaccuracy since October, not through reassurance but through the direct approach of consistently treating Ron like someone whose thinking mattered, which it did. The chamber, Hermione said, pulling them back. The chamber, Harry agreed. I've been reading around the edges of it. Slytherin's legacy, the creature he left behind. The last opening was 50 years ago. A student was killed. Moaning Myrtle, Hermione said. Harry looked at her sharply. You've connected those. She haunts the second-floor girls' bathroom, Hermione said. She died in there 50 years ago under circumstances that were never officially explained beyond tragic accident. But I've read the historical accounts and the timeline matches perfectly with the Chamber of Secrets records. She paused. I haven't spoken to her yet. She'd remember, Harry said. Whatever she saw. He filed this, added it to the framework. Hermione, the restricted section texts on Horcruxes, and anything on Parseltongue's historical connection to magical inheritance. Ron, the architectural history of Hogwarts, specifically the Salazar Slytherin construction records. There are copies in the Hogwarts library that aren't in the restricted section because they're filed under history rather than magic. You want to map the chamber's possible location, Ron said. I want to map the possible locations. If it exists and it's going to be opened again, and I believe it is, I want to know where it is before the situation requires me to find it in a hurry. Ron looked at him. You think someone's going to open it? Yes, Harry said. And I think the someone is connected to Voldemort's remaining anchors. Which means second year isn't going to be quiet. Was first year quiet? Ron asked. Relatively, Harry said. Ron made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite something else and was very Ron. The conversation moved, the way their conversations moved, between the strategic and the personal in the natural way of people who'd learned to hold both simultaneously. Harry listened to Christmas, the burrow, which sounded like organized chaos engineered for warmth, Mrs. Weasley's specific brand of love through feeding people, the twins' Christmas prank that had resulted in a Percy degenoming incident that Ron described with the forensic detail of someone who had laughed for approximately an hour. He listened to Hermione's holiday, her parents' dental practice Christmas party, the pile of books she'd received, the slightly careful navigation of explaining to her parents that she was doing exceptional work at a school they couldn't quite see from the outside. He listened and felt, grateful, was the word. For these two. For the specific way they fit, the three of them, none of it performed or managed, just the natural result of three people with different capabilities who decided they were in each other's corner. Neville appeared at 6, toad in hands, with a question about a herbology essay that turned into the four of them around the fire until dinner, and Neville's questions were getting better, more specific, less apologetic, the improvement incremental but consistent and going in exactly the right direction. Term moved. February brought the first real snowfall and the news, delivered by Owl, ministry stamped, arriving at the Gryffindor table in the way of all official things with a complete disregard for timing, that the Hogwarts Board of Governors had formally requested a review of the position of defense against the dark arts teacher following Quirrell's medical leave. The review was a formality. Harry had known since Christmas that the appointment was already arranged, had heard about it through Strange who'd heard through channels that ran through ministry contacts he cultivated the way other people cultivated gardens. Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry read the announcement twice and put it down and looked at his eggs. You know something, Hermione said. I know a great deal about Lockhart, Harry said. None of it is relevant to breakfast. Is it bad? It's manageable. He picked up his fork. He'll be useless in practical terms and entertaining in terms of what he reveals about institutional validation of self-promotion. I'll teach myself defense this year. How? Ron asked. The same way I've taught myself everything else, Harry said. Carefully and with better sources than the curriculum provides. He sent a letter to Strange that afternoon asking for a specific reading list on defensive magic that wasn't in any Hogwarts curriculum and received a package 3 days later, by portal rather than owl, containing 6 books and a note in Strange's precise handwriting that said, I anticipated this. The second book is the most important. Start there. S. Which was Strange's way of saying I know you better than you think and I was already prepared and I love you, in the language I speak. Harry started with the second book. March was when the Sanctum came to Hogwarts, technically. The Easter break arrangement was that Harry would go home, which he did, for the first week, and the work on the isolation technique began in earnest in the Sanctum's practice room. Strange with his hands moving in complex three-dimensional patterns around Harry's stillness and Logan at the edge of the room watching with the specific attention of someone who understood that his role in this particular working was to be present and not to interfere and was finding both requirements manageable. The isolation technique was, Strange had been right that it was viable. The Darkhold framework reached for the soul fragment with the same recognition it had shown for Quirrell's binding, the same lock and key response, and the first controlled test produced a clean separation between the fragment's signature and Harry's own magical architecture for approximately 3 seconds before the proximity of the fragment's host made the separation collapse. 3 seconds was, Strange said, remarkable. 3 seconds was the foundation. They worked for 4 days, building from 3 seconds towards something longer and more stable. Harry came out of each session with a headache that was not quite pain and not quite pressure, the sensation of the scar being active in ways it usually wasn't, and Logan had opinions about the headaches that he expressed by appearing with food at intervals and not making them a bigger deal than they were, which was the correct approach because making them a bigger deal would have made Harry manage Logan's feelings about them instead of paying attention to the actual work. "How far?" Logan asked, on the fourth evening. 12 seconds now, Strange said. He was making notes, his handwriting covering 3 sheets, the notes dense and technical in the way Strange's notes always were. "The separation is clean and stable up to 12 seconds. The collapse point is still the proximity problem. The fragment is bonded to Harry's magical core deeply enough that the further apart we pull them the more the bonding resists." "So you go slowly," Logan said. "So we go slowly," Strange agreed. "Every session adds to the stable window. If we can reach 60 seconds of clean separation, I believe the technique transitions from surgical to self-sustaining. The fragment will have been isolated long enough for Harry's own magic to recognize the separation as the correct state and reinforce it rather than resist it." "How long to reach 60 seconds, Harry asked. "At the current rate of progress?" Strange looked at his notes. 4 to 6 months of regular practice. "So by October," Harry said. "Possibly September," Strange said. "If we work every 2 weeks." Harry nodded. "Every 2 weeks. There are still variables," Strange said. "The fragment's response to Voldemort's proximity. If Voldemort reconstitutes significantly before we complete the separation, the fragment's activity increases and the isolation becomes harder. We're in a race." "We usually are," Harry said. Logan looked at him. "Don't be glib about it." "I'm not being glib. I'm being accurate." Harry met his eyes. "We're in a race and we're ahead. That's the actual situation." A pause. Then Logan nodded, accepting the accuracy. Harry went back to Hogwarts for the second half of Easter term with the 12-second separation feeling like something he could reach for now, a technique with texture and shape rather than pure theory. He worked on it alone in the evenings, carefully, maintaining the careful control Strange had drilled into him, never pushing beyond the stable window without the monitoring Strange's presence provided, building the muscle memory of the separation rather than the duration. April and May moved with the specific quality of the end of a school year gathering momentum. Exams arrived with Hermione's characteristic fortnight of intensive preparation that functioned as a social forcing function for everyone around her. Ron studied because Hermione's energy made not studying feel actively rude, Neville studied because the library became a better place to be with company, and Harry studied because the discipline of formal preparation was useful regardless of whether the material was new. The exams were not challenging for Harry in the way they were intended to be challenging. He answered questions in the minimum words required to convey the full answer, which meant his papers were shorter than most people's and still received top marks, which McGonagall noted in her end-of-year assessment with the particular dry approval she gave to students who understood that precision was not the enemy of thoroughness. Snape gave him an outstanding and said absolutely nothing about it, which Harry received as the highest form of the compliment. Flitwick shook his hand at the end of the charms practical and said, "If you're ever interested in independent study certification, my door is open." Harry thanked him and meant it. Lockhart gave him a signed photograph as commendation for the highest data marks in the year, which Harry accepted with perfect composure, thanked him for, and later gave to Ron, who put it in his trunk under 3 other objects and never mentioned it again. The last week of May, Dumbledore summoned him for what Harry had come to think of as their monthly working meeting, the arrangement they'd settled into since January, structured and honest and, Harry had found, genuinely useful in ways he hadn't quite expected. Dumbledore was not a man whose intelligence declined when he stopped operating from a position of total control. Freed from the architecture of his management of Harry, he was something more interesting, a thinking partner of extraordinary depth and experience, carrying a century of knowledge about the wizarding world's political and magical landscape that no library could replicate. They'd been talking about the Horcruxes. Not the one in Harry's scar, that was Harry's territory and Dumbledore had received that boundary without pressing it. But the others. Dumbledore had been hunting them for years, longer than Harry had been alive, and the map he'd built was extensive. He spread it across the desk between them, not literally. It was a complex, multi-layered magical construct that Strange would have found technically impressive, and they went through it together. The diary was the first, Dumbledore said. I believe it was the one he trusted most completely. A direct piece of his personality, not just a soul fragment. It's currently in the possession of a family I've been watching. Malfoy, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Lucius Malfoy, Harry said. He has it. It came to him through Voldemort's inner circle before the fall. He's kept it because it's useful, potentially. A direct channel to Voldemort's voice and intent. He paused. I have this from a reliable source. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Draco, he said. Harry neither confirmed nor denied, which was itself a confirmation, which Dumbledore received with the grace of someone who had been navigating information and its sources for a very long time. The diary is what concerns me most immediately, Harry said. If it gets introduced into Hogwarts, and I think that's the plan, I think Lucius Malfoy will find a mechanism to introduce it to a student this year. It opens the chamber. The chamber, Dumbledore said. You've connected those. The Chamber of Secrets was Slytherin's work. The creature he left behind responds to Parseltongue. The diary is an anchor of Voldemort's, Tom Riddle's, soul, and Tom Riddle was Slytherin's direct heir. Harry looked at the magical map between them. The diary is designed to find a Parselmouth or create the conditions for one. If it gets to a student, it will use them, Dumbledore said quietly. To open the chamber. Yes. And the creature, Basilisk, Harry said. Based on the historical accounts of the last opening. The petrifications, the specific magical signature of the damage, the pattern of who was affected and who was killed, a basilisk's gaze kills directly but its reflection petrifies. The people who were petrified in the last opening saw it indirectly. Myrtle saw it directly. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. How long have you, April, Harry said. Hermione and I worked it out in April. The restricted section had enough once we knew what we were looking for. Another long silence. The phoenix made a sound that functioned as punctuation. We need to ensure the diary doesn't reach a student, Dumbledore said. If Malfoy intends to use it, he'll find a way around any straightforward prevention, Harry said. He's not careless. He'll have a mechanism that can't be directly traced. He paused. What I want is to be prepared for it to get through. To have the response already built rather than reacting. And your response? The diary is a Horcrux, Harry said. The Darkhold element in my magic dissolves anchoring bonds. If I can get my hands on it, I can destroy it. He paused. More cleanly than any of the known methods. Dumbledore looked at the middle distance. Tom Riddle put a great deal of himself into that diary. Its destruction would be violent. I know. Harry met his eyes. I'm prepared for that. Dumbledore absorbed this. Then he looked at Harry with the expression Harry had come to recognize as the one the old man wore when he was saying something that cost him something. There is a sword, Dumbledore said. In my office. In a glass case. It belonged to Godric Gryffindor. It has properties that enable it to destroy Horcruxes. It absorbs what makes it stronger. A basilisk's venom, if it survived contact, would make it capable of destroying any of Voldemort's anchors. Harry looked at him. You're telling me where a weapon is. I'm telling you where a resource is, Dumbledore said carefully. In case your primary approach encounters complications. In case the Darkhold approach doesn't work. In case you find yourself in a situation with fewer options than you'd prefer. He looked at Harry steadily. I have spent the better part of a decade preparing for a version of this war where I controlled the variables. I am learning to work differently. He paused. That sword is yours if you need it. I won't make you earn it through an obstacle course. Harry looked at the old man across the desk. Saw the effort in that. The specific cost of someone whose entire mode of operating had been strategic control, offering a resource without conditions. "Thank you," Harry said. He meant it fully. June arrived, and with it the end-of-year examinations, the specific lightening of the castle as summer became real rather than theoretical, and a letter. It arrived on a Tuesday morning in June, the kind of June morning that made the castle look like it had been painted rather than built, the light coming in gold and horizontal across the great hall. Harry was at breakfast with Ron and Hermione, Neville across from them working through the last of his herbology notes, and the owl that landed beside Harry's plate was not Hedwig, who was at the Sanctum for the summer, Strange having offered to keep her, but a ministry owl, official brown, which meant something formal. He opened it. "Read it once." "Set it down." Hermione, who could read his face better than almost anyone at Hogwarts after 9 months of consistent attention, put down her own letter. "What is it?" Harry pushed it across to her without comment and watched her read it, and watched her expression move through the distinct stages of a person receiving information that was both expected and more concrete than expectation prepared you for. Ron leaned over and read it from her side. His jaw went tight. The letter was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Ministry of Magic. It was a formal notification of a review, opening in July, of Harry James Potter's legal magical guardianship status, initiated under a petition filed by the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, and co-signed by 3 senior ministry officials, seeking to establish formal Wizarding World legal recognition of guardianship that the ministry noted had been held in an irregular and unregistered status for the preceding 7 years. It had 4 paragraphs. It was very politely worded. Every sentence of it was a claim. "They're trying to make you a ward of the Wizarding World," Hermione said. "Officially," Harry said. "On paper, legally, in a way that would give the Ministry and Dumbledore formal standing over decisions about my education, my location, and my involvement in," he paused, "matters of public concern." "Their phrasing. Can they do this?" Ron asked. "They're trying to," Harry said. He picked the letter back up, read it again more carefully, noting the specific legal language. The citation of the Statute of Wizarding Guardianship, 1843. The reference to Harry's status as a magical minor without a registered wizarding guardian. The careful omission of any acknowledgement that he had guardians at all. "They're saying Strange and Logan don't exist legally," Hermione said. She was angry in the controlled way, the way that was more dangerous than the obvious kind. "They're saying that because they're not registered in the Wizarding World system, they don't count," Harry said. "In the Ministry's framework." "Yes. Ron stopped himself. "What are you going to do?" Harry folded the letter and put it in his jacket pocket, the same pocket where the talisman's absence currently lived. Logan had it, against his chest, 300 miles away. He felt the mirror shard against his sternum. He sat with the letter's weight for a moment, feeling the anger as information rather than impulse the way Logan had taught him, reading it for what it was telling him that was useful. What it told him was that Dumbledore had 2 faces, and the one Harry had been seeing since November, the honest face, the working partner face, the man learning to let go of control, was not the only one, and the letter in his pocket was the other face, operating in parallel, through channels that their monthly meetings had apparently not impeded at all. He was not surprised. He was clear. Clearer, actually, than if it had been a complete betrayal, because complete betrayals were simple. This was more nuanced. Dumbledore genuinely liked Harry. Genuinely respected him. And was simultaneously trying to legally secure him, because the part of Dumbledore that ran the war couldn't fully stop, even when the part of Dumbledore that had been having honest conversations wanted to. Both things were true and both things were Dumbledore, and Harry needed to hold both without collapsing them into the simpler story. He pressed the mirror shard 4 times. The priority pattern. Strange answered in 40 seconds. Harry was already moving toward the door of the Great Hall. He told Strange in 3 sentences. Strange was very still in the glass and then very precise. "I'm already looking at it," he said, meaning the legal architecture, and Harry knew he'd been monitoring the Ministry channels because this was Strange and he monitored everything relevant. This isn't Dumbledore going rogue. It's a parallel track he's had running since at least March. I know, Harry said. Logan's going to want to, tell him I said to wait, Harry said. I'm going to finish the term. I'm going to come home on the 1st of July as planned. And then we're going to have the conversation with Dumbledore in person, all three of us, and we're going to do it correctly. A pause. All three of us. Yes, Harry said. He needs to meet them. He needs to have this conversation with Logan looking at him. Not because Logan will threaten him, Logan won't need to threaten him, but because right now Dumbledore has a version of my family in his head that allows him to treat them as administrative gaps in a system. Meeting them makes them real. Strange was very quiet for a moment. Yes. That's right. A pause. You're not angry. I'm angry, Harry said. But it's the useful kind. He heard Strange exhale. July 1st. July 1st, Harry confirmed. Tell Logan. He ended the connection and stood in the corridor outside the Great Hall for a moment, the June light coming through the windows and the castle doing its aware, attentive thing around him. Then he went back inside, sat down, and finished his breakfast. Ron and Hermione were watching him. We're finishing the term, Harry said. Then I go home. Then it gets sorted. Can it be sorted? Hermione asked. Legally, the Ministry has significant, Strange has significant counters, Harry said. He's been in the wizarding world's awareness long enough that the Ministry's legal history has several precedents involving non-wizarding magical practitioners and their status in the system. He'll have found them already. He looked at her. The legal argument exists. It just needs to be made by someone who can make it correctly. And Strange can, Ron said. Strange once argued in front of the Cosmic Tribunal of the Ancient Dead for the right to use a temporal artifact, Harry said. The Ministry of Magic is a comprehensively easier room. Ron stared at him. The what tribunal? Eat your breakfast, Harry said. The last weeks of term moved with the combination of exams and summer anticipation that made June in Hogwarts feel like a different season from the rest of the year. Harry sat his exams, said goodbye to Hogwarts with the particular feeling of a building he'd decided he was coming back to, and on the 1st of July stepped through a portal at 6 in the morning into the Sanctum's kitchen. Logan was at the counter with coffee. The talisman was in his jacket pocket. He looked at Harry with the level, steady expression of a man who had received information that made him want to tear a legal document in several pieces and had been sitting with that impulse for 3 weeks with moderate success. Hey, Harry said. Hey, Logan said. Harry crossed the kitchen and pulled him in, reversing the usual direction of it, and Logan's arm came around him with the certainty of 7 years of the same gesture, and Harry held on for a second and then stepped back and looked at him. You got the letter, Harry said. Strange showed me. You're angry. Yeah, Logan said, with a flatness that meant extremely. Good, Harry said. Bring it. We're going to need it in the room. Logan looked at him for a moment, the assessment, and then something in him shifted toward the specific quality he brought to things he'd decided to do, settled, focused, fully present. When? This afternoon, Harry said. I asked Dumbledore to come here. A pause. Here. Here, Harry said. His territory has his advantages. This is ours. Logan looked around the Sanctum's kitchen, the table where they'd had 8 years of breakfasts, the shelf of cookbooks Strange kept for theoretical reference, the window over Bleecker Street where the summer light was already coming in gold and horizontal. Yeah, he said. Okay. Strange was in his study, which was where Strange was at 6 in the morning on any day that wasn't a genuine emergency, and Harry knocked and went in. Strange was at his desk with a stack of documents, not magical, actual paper, dense with text and footnotes, the Ministry's legal structure rendered in the language Harry recognized as Strange at his most precisely motivated. You've been building the counter-argument, Harry said. Strange looked up. The thing in his face when Harry appeared in the doorway was the same thing that had been there every arrival for 7 years, controlled and present and not quite hidden. "Since March," he said. "When I first detected the preliminary filing." "You didn't tell me." "You had exams," Strange said. "And the technique work. And you didn't need the distraction." He paused. "You're not angry about that?" "No," Harry said. "You made the right call." He came into the study and looked at the documents. The specific language of wizarding guardianship law, dense with historical precedent, and strange annotations running through it in the margins, counterpoints, citations, alternative readings. "Is the argument solid?" "It's more than solid," Strange said, with the specific quality of understated confidence that Strange deployed when he meant "I have ended this question." Wizarding guardianship law under the 1843 statute has a provision for what it terms extraordinary magical tutelage, cases where a minor wizard has received primary magical education from a practitioner of exceptional qualification outside the standard wizarding framework. The qualification threshold is based on demonstrated magical mastery at a level that exceeds the ministry's own standard. I qualify by approximately 6 centuries of documented magical tradition. He paused. "And my co-guardian," he looked at Harry with something that was carefully not a smile, "has the documentation of his own, which is more complicated legally but no less valid." "Logan," Harry said. "The law doesn't require wizarding status for a non-magical guardian in a co-guardianship arrangement when the primary magical guardian meets qualification thresholds," Strange said. "It's a clause that exists for historical reasons involving squibs and their muggle spouses that the law never updated, because the ministry assumed the situation wouldn't arise in a meaningful way." He set the documents on the desk and looked at Harry fully. "They built a cage from laws that were never intended to hold us and didn't notice the holes." Harry looked at the documents. "What do you need from me?" "You to be present in the room and not do anything dramatic," Strange said. Harry looked at him. "Define dramatic." "Anything involving your claws that isn't defensive." That was one time. In a ministry official's office. He was going to hex Hermione. "Harry, fine," Harry said. "I'll be measured." "Measured," Strange repeated, in the tone of someone accepting a compromise they weren't fully confident in. Dumbledore arrived at 3 in the afternoon. The portal Harry opened for him, in the kitchen, where the table was, where they ate, where things were decided, was a deliberate choice. Not the formal entrance hall, not Strange's study. The kitchen, because the kitchen was the room where the family was most itself and Harry wanted Dumbledore in it. Wanted him to feel the reality of it. Strange was at the table with the documents. Logan was standing at the counter with coffee, which was where Logan had been standing in this kitchen since approximately forever, and he turned when the portal opened and looked at Dumbledore with the direct, undeflected attention of someone who has been waiting to be in the same room as a person for a reason. Dumbledore stepped through. He took in the room in a second, the table, the shelves, the window, Strange at the documents, Logan at the counter, and his expression did something that surprised Harry slightly, it softened. Not what Harry had expected. He'd expected the professional composure, the managed warmth, the Dumbledore who navigated conversations like chess. Instead, something genuine moved through the old man's face. He was looking at the room. At the quality of it, the specific texture of a place that had been lived in by people who loved each other for a long time. The shelf where Harry's school books lived between Strange's texts and Logan's practical references. The mug hook where Harry's mug was third from the left, always, without discussion. The chair at the table that was Harry's, the worn quality of the armrest where his left hand went. He looked at Logan. Logan looked back at him. The silence between them was not hostile, exactly. It was the silence of two people who had both been carrying the same child in entirely different ways and were standing in the same room for the first time with that knowledge between them. "Mr. Dumbledore began. Logan said. That was it. Not a handshake, not a name. Just his name, delivered in the flat certain way that was Logan's personal punctuation, full stop. Dumbledore accepted this. He looked at Strange. Stephen. Albus, Strange said, which was the first time Harry had heard Strange use the name, and the familiarity of it said something about the history between them that Harry filed for later. Sit down. They sat. Harry sat at his end of the table, Logan remaining at the counter. He didn't sit in these meetings until he chose to, which he hadn't yet. Strange put the documents on the table between them. You filed a guardianship petition, Strange said, without preamble, because preamble was a tool and this situation didn't require it. Through the ministry's legal framework. Without informing Harry or either of his current guardians. Despite the fact that you've been meeting with Harry monthly since January and were aware of his guardianship situation. Dumbledore looked at the documents. Then at Strange. Yes. Why, Harry said. Dumbledore turned to him. The blue eyes had their depth and weight and also, Harry saw, something that had not been there in the school office meetings, a slight discomfort, the specific quality of a person who is sitting in someone else's space and can feel it. Because I am responsible for the wizarding world, Dumbledore said. That has been true for 50 years. The decisions I make are not only about individuals, they are about hundreds, thousands of people whose safety depends on the specific outcome of a specific set of events. He looked at Harry steadily. And because I am an old man who has spent decades planning for an outcome that required a very specific set of conditions, and those conditions changed when I wasn't looking, and I have found it, he paused, difficult to fully trust that the new conditions are sufficient. The new conditions, Harry said. Meaning me. Meaning everything you are, Dumbledore said. Which is extraordinary. Which I have seen and acknowledged. And which I still cannot entirely, he stopped. Verify, Strange said. You can't verify it through your framework because it wasn't built in your framework. Yes, Dumbledore said. So the petition was a safety mechanism, Harry said. Not a power grab. You wanted the legal standing to intervene if you assessed the situation as going wrong. If you decided the people raising me were inadequate. Harry, I'm not angry, Harry said. I want to be clear with you. I understand the calculus. I understand that from where you're standing, with the responsibility you carry, there is a version of this that looks like an extraordinary child raised by extraordinary people outside any system you can monitor and going into an existential conflict you've been managing for 50 years with variables you cannot control. He paused. I understand why that's terrifying. Dumbledore looked at him. But the petition needs to be withdrawn, Harry said. Not modified. Withdrawn. Harry, because the alternative is that we spend the next 7 years with the ministry having theoretical legal standing over decisions about my life, Harry said, and the moment the war reaches a crisis point, and it will reach a crisis point, probably by next year, that theoretical standing becomes active, and I spend a war having institutional arguments about what I'm allowed to do instead of doing what needs to be done. He held Dumbledore's eyes. You know I'm right. A long silence. Logan set down his coffee mug and moved to the table. He pulled out a chair and sat down, and the quality of the moment changed slightly. Logan sitting was Logan deciding to be part of this, and Logan's presence at the table had a gravity that had nothing to do with physical size and everything to do with the specific character of someone who had been protecting the same thing for a very long time and was very good at it. Look at him, Logan said to Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Harry. I mean actually look at him, Logan said. Not the chosen one. Not the prophecy. The kid. Dumbledore was quiet. I found him in a cupboard, Logan said. Under a set of stairs. 4 years old, hadn't eaten enough in probably his whole life, locked in the dark. He said it without heat, without performance, the way Logan said everything that was true, flatly, because the truth didn't need decoration. The people you left him with had been treating him like something they were stuck with. And before you'd built your protection around him, before the blood magic, before all the architecture, before any of it, he was just a kid who needed someone to stay. Dumbledore's expression moved. Something genuine and pained. He asked me to stay that first night, Logan said. One word. Stay. I didn't know him. I'd been in that house for 20 minutes. And I stayed, and Strange stayed, and we've been staying ever since. He looked at the old man. That's not a guardianship status. That's a family. And you're sitting in their kitchen because my kid invited you in, and I need you to understand what that means and what it costs if you make it difficult. The kitchen was very quiet. Outside on Bleecker Street the summer city went about its afternoon with complete indifference to everything happening in this room. Dumbledore looked at Logan for a long time. Then he looked at Strange. Then he looked at Harry, the real look, the one Logan had asked for, without the prophecy and the management and the architecture. Just Harry. The green eyes and the scar and the specific, particular person who sat at the left end of this table and had this mug and had grown up in this room. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said, to Harry. Yes, Harry said. Several. Yes. The Dursleys, Dumbledore said. The petition. The years of, he stopped. The years of treating you as a necessary piece in a necessary working, rather than as a person whose autonomy and well-being mattered first. Harry let the word settle. Gave them room. Then, I know you know it. I know you've known it for a while. He paused. That doesn't mean I'm not going to ask you to change it. No, Dumbledore agreed. It doesn't. The petition, Strange said. Dumbledore looked at the documents. Then he reached into his robe and produced a small ministry stamp, the kind that voided legal filings, and pressed it to the cover page of the petition copy with the deliberate quality of someone making a considered decision they had fully accepted. The stamp bloomed red. The filing was void. Logan looked at it. Then at Dumbledore. He didn't say anything, which was worth more than most things that could have been said. Second year, Harry said. Lucius Malfoy has Voldemort's diary. Dumbledore looked up from the documents, something sharpening in his eyes. You're certain? Yes. He's going to introduce it to Hogwarts. I believe his target is Ginny Weasley. Dumbledore's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Ron's sister, he said. She's young, she's going to be new to the school, she's from a blood traitor family that Malfoy has specific enmity toward. She's the right target. Harry looked at Dumbledore steadily. The diary will possess her. She'll open the chamber. People will be hurt, possibly killed, unless we deal with the diary before it gets to her. Can we intercept? Lucius will be careful, Harry said. I don't think direct interception is achievable without tipping him off and making him change the mechanism. He paused. I think we let it get to Hogwarts, we monitor Ginny closely from the first day, and we intercept the diary before the possession takes full hold. Then I destroy it. The Darkhold element, Dumbledore said. Yes. Strange was watching the exchange. There's a risk window, he said. Between the diary reaching Ginny and Harry being able to intercept. During that window, she may open the chamber. The basilisk, Harry said. I'll deal with it. A basilisk, Strange said carefully, is one of the most dangerous magical creatures in existence. The gaze alone, I know, Harry said. I'm not going in blind. I've been reading basilisk lore since April. I know how to approach one without direct eye contact. I know the weaknesses. I know the roosters. He paused. And if it comes to close combat, he extended his claws, fractionally, the gold-black light at the edges, the Darkhold harmonic, basilisk venom absorbed into these would make them capable of destroying any Horcrux on contact. Including the scar. He looked at Strange. Which might accelerate our timeline on the isolation technique. Strange was very still. That's terrifying, Strange said. And also possibly correct. He looked at Logan. Logan was looking at Harry's claws. How sure are you? About which part? About managing the basilisk. Very, Harry said. He met Logan's eyes with the direct, certain look. I'm not walking in there hoping. I'm walking in there prepared. Logan looked at the claws. At the scar. At Harry's face. Then he looked at Dumbledore. What do you need from us to make second year survivable for everyone except Voldemort? Dumbledore looked at him. Then at Strange. Then at Harry. And his expression had the quality of a man who had spent a very long time being the person who made the plans and was currently sitting at a table with three people who had made a better one, and finding it, not humbling, quite. More like relief. The specific relief of a person who has been carrying too much for too long being offered, genuinely and without conditions, a hand. Tell me everything, Dumbledore said. From the beginning. I'll fill the gaps you have. You fill the gaps I have. He paused. And we do this together, on terms we all agree to. Same terms as always, Harry said. My choices, my life. Your knowledge, your access. We share information and neither of us goes around the other. Agreed, Dumbledore said. If you go around me again, I won't, Dumbledore said. He said it with the weight of a man who had assessed himself honestly and did not intend to fail that assessment. I won't. Harry held his eyes for a moment. Then he nodded. They talked for 3 hours. Strange took notes. Logan contributed at specific points, the practical assessments, the gap finding, the questions that cut to the foundation of something when the conversation was building on an assumption that needed checking. Dumbledore gave them what he had, the Horcrux count, the estimated locations of the remaining anchors, the Ministry's political landscape and the specific vulnerabilities Lucius Malfoy occupied in it, and the thing he'd been keeping close for reasons he explained honestly, the matter of the prophecy's full text, which he'd only heard once and Harry had read in the files and they now went through together, word by word, the way you went through something important. Neither can live while the other survives. Harry looked at it. It's not a death sentence, he said. It's a statement of incompatibility. One of us will be reduced to a state where survival is not the operating condition. That's different from a requirement that I die. Dumbledore looked at him. You've parsed the language. Extensively. Harry looked at the words. It's a prophecy about the endpoint of a conflict, not its mechanism. And since prophecies are self-fulfilling only when the people inside them treat them as instructions, he looked up, I'm not treating it as an instruction. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You sound very certain. I am very certain, Harry said. I'm going to win. Not because the prophecy says so and not because I'm supposed to. Because I've been training for 7 years with the best people I know and I'm going to be ready and Voldemort is going to encounter something he has no framework for and I'm going to use that gap completely. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. I believe you, he said quietly. Good, Harry said. When Dumbledore left, through the door, not a portal, because Strange had not offered one and there was something right about letting him walk out of the sanctum the ordinary way, the three of them sat in the kitchen and let the afternoon settle. Logan poured coffee, which he hadn't touched for the last hour. Strange reorganized his documents with the focused attention of someone who was also thinking about something else. Harry looked at the table, the specific familiar wood grain of it, running his thumb across a small imperfection in the surface that had been there since he was 6. Well, Strange said. Well, Harry agreed. Logan set coffee in front of Strange without being asked, which was the kitchen shorthand that existed between them and required no acknowledgement. He sat back down at his end of the table. Second year's going to be complicated, Logan said. Second year's going to be complicated, Harry agreed. The basilisk is handled, Harry said. I'll be ready. Logan looked at him. Not testing, not checking, simply the look, the full one, the one that had started in a dark corridor outside a cupboard door and had been the same look ever since, the look that said I know who you are and I trust what I know. I know, Logan said. Harry looked at him, and then at Strange, who had his notes in front of him and his eyes on Harry with the expression that lived below all the professional precision, the thing that had expanded past its borders since Harry was 9 years old and called him uncle and had never gone back to its original size. "Next September," Harry said. "Next September," Strange said. "We'll be here," Logan said. Outside, Bleecker Street carried its summer afternoon into evening, the light going amber and long, the city in its enormous, particular way just being itself around the fixed point of the sanctum, where the family that had started in a cupboard under the stairs sat at a kitchen table and looked at the year ahead. Harry extended his claws. Not with thought, not with purpose. Just the unconscious movement, the meditative thing, the gold-black lines catching the evening light from the window and holding it, the harmonic barely audible, low and certain, the sound of something settled in its own nature. He looked at them. Retracted them. Picked up his mug. The story wasn't finished. It was barely started, really, Voldemort still fragmented and hunting, the chamber waiting with its ancient tenant, the Horcruxes scattered and dangerous, the war that the wizarding world had been building toward for decades still somewhere ahead on the road. There was the scar and its fragment and the isolation technique at 12 seconds and climbing. There was Malfoy learning, slowly, how to want to be different. There was Neville, who was going to be something, Harry still didn't know what but was becoming increasingly confident it would matter. There was Hermione with her nose and her brilliant mind and her willingness to be genuinely useful, and Ron with his chess thinking and his lateral intelligence that he kept underselling. There was Dumbledore, sitting in his school with his century of knowledge and his hard-won willingness to stop being the only one who got to know things. And there was Harry. The boy from the cupboard, the impossible fusion, the thing Voldemort had made by mistake into something he could never have intended. The claws and the magic and the healing and the Darkhold gold harmonic and 7 years of a family that was too strange to have been planned and too real to be anything other than what it was. He had everything he needed. He was ready for all of it. The evening light came in through the sanctum's kitchen window and landed on the table between the three of them and stayed there, warm and specific and absolutely certain of its own place, and Harry watched it for a moment and then looked up. "What's for dinner?" he said. Logan looked at Strange. Strange looked at his notes. "I'll cook," Harry said, already standing. "The Tibetan book," Strange said immediately. "Third shelf." "I know where it is," Harry said. "The lamb recipe specifically, I know the recipe," Harry said. "You should still consult the Stephen," Logan said. Strange looked at him. "Let the kid cook," Logan said. A pause. "Fine," Strange said. But the timing on the, Harry was already at the shelf, pulling down the book not to consult but because Strange liked to see it used and this was also a form of love, and the kitchen was full of summer light and the smell of coffee and the particular quality of a room that knew it was home, and outside the city went on and inside the story went on and Harry set the book on the counter and started cooking, and behind him Logan drank his coffee and Strange organized his notes and the talisman. In Logan's pocket held its quiet warmth and the mirror against Harry's sternum held its quiet warmth, and the sanctum breathed. Everything was exactly as it should be.